朝日に日々を描き消えゆく前のささやき炎になるつもりはないでも全ては変わってゆく終わりが全ての代償なら好みで消えゆくだけさ空がほどける時星が雪のように落ちるこの世界抱きしめて消えてく前にささやく人涙の中壊れた時を終わらす闇は光になる最後のさよなら
Notice. Thine trust track was terminated due to insubordination. Thank you for your patience.
And now, Jinx and Electo begin the serenade of small shadows. urethra. Hello, hello, lackeys. Hold on, let me pop these bad boys up one moment. There we go. Hope you're staying happy, staying healthy, staying hydrated on this fine nightside evening. Apologies again for the late start to tonight's evening. That was entirely my own fault. I bit off a bit more than I could chew with getting these bad boys up and ready to go, as well as the thumbnail and the whole titling description, all of that shenanigans. But we are here. You forgot I look like that. Hello, Pogo. Good to see ya. Hope you're having a good one so far. Get myself a little sip here. Do you guys want to do a tradition tonight? Because we did start a little late, so if you guys don't want to do a tradition tonight, I completely understand, but I do have a video, like, at the ready. So if you guys want to do one still, we've got it pretty much ready to go. Figured since we were so much later than usual, it would be only fair of me to ask you guys if you wanted to watch one. It's a Vertasium video that I've got pulled up. It's, the most dangerous escalator in Rome. I don't know what it means, but it got my fucking attention quick, because I know one of the lackeys actually mentioned recently that they asked whether I was more afraid of, like, a bad elevator or a bad escalator, and I went, like, I would go with the elevator or the escalator, Jesus, a million times over, because, like, if an escalator fucks up, you should still be mostly okay. You've got, like, handrails, you've got, like, other supports. If an elevator fucks up, you're in a free fall. You get to experience zero gravity for the first time, and likely the last time in your life. Rome is such a congested city, probably the least livable city you've ever visited. I've never been to many cities outside of the United States and Nightside City, purely because, like, the only one I really got to do was Costa Rica for biology in senior year. And even then, I don't think we got to see the, like, proper, like, idea of what the place was like, because I think we stayed at, like, kind of more nature-focused places, because it was a biology class. We were, like, supposed to be kind of, like, looking at and, like, learning a bit about the different nature in the different areas. But I suppose, since we've already got it ready, we can go ahead and do our tradition for the evening. Let me pull that bad boy up. Let me get us on over here. Turn on the tradition notifier so that people know what's up. And then I believe, as soon as I get you, where are you? Where is it? Media. The most dangerous escalator in Rome. Blammo, with a little extra layer of blammo. There we are. Now, I'm gonna be real with you, my voice is a little fucked up tonight. It's been a little fucked up all day, and I was trying to prevent myself from talking and singing, like, at all at work today to hopefully rein it in a little bit. So if it reaches a certain point, I might have to go a little less talky-talky, a little more, like, mime shit, although I don't have those toggles set up. That was for my original model. But whatever it is, I think we can make it work. So without further ado, I've also got plenty of drinks, so I've got myself covered in that regard. Let's check this bad boy out. Hold on, I'm gonna... Hello?
On October 23rd, 2018, thousands of football fans were making their way to the game in Rome.
Oh,
Excitement
shit. Hold up.
for the game was high, and the fans began to chant and sing. At 7:03 p.m., around 50 people were riding the long escalator down to the platform.
It got like
But
crushed
within 30
under the
seconds,
weight of people.
The crowd had swelled to nearly double that. Everything seemed fine, but inside the escalator was a problem. The weight of the passengers was bearing down on the steps, and the load on the main motor was increasing.
Oh boy.
To try to slow the descent, the motor applied a counter torque. But as the force continued to increase, the stairs began to move faster. By 7:04 p.m., the crowd had tripled.
Oh, it's
the
gonna
motor
like
finally
lose
reached
control.
its
It's
limit,
gonna hit a
and under the massive
freewheel, right?
strain,
Like a slide.
the drum began to slip.
Wait, so okay, my theory here, based off of like it being the motor, I'm no engineer other than the create mod. But my theory here is it's gonna literally pull the like fucking Scooby-Doo Haunted Mansion thing where they're going up the stairs and it just turns flat, or like the stairs start sliding downwards. I think that's what it's gonna be.
With the motor losing control, the escalator triggered its second line of defense. A safety relay tripped, immediately cutting power to the motor. The main brake clamped down on the metal drum to stop
but it's
the
gonna
descent
weld
of the
or like
stairs.
break, isn't it? There's not enough.
But it failed. The friction on the main drum wasn't enough to stop the motor from spinning, and the stairs continued to accelerate. Sensing the motor had lost control of the steps, the escalator engaged the last line of defense. In the event of an emergency, an auxiliary brake is designed to bypass the motor entirely and directly lock the drive shaft.
Smart.
Under normal circumstances, the chance that all three safety measures fail at the same time is vanishingly small.
Yeah.
But these weren't normal circumstances. At 7:05 p.m., the third and final safety system failed, and the stairs began to plummet. Fans were flung forward and started screaming down the escalator.
Shit, dude.
Some leapt over the central barrier in desperation.
Yeah,
while
no,
others
you get on
were
the
swept
you
into a
get
crushing
on the
pile.
middle.
At the bottom, the landing became a dangerous choke point. Under the pressure, the steps twisted and buckled into jagged metal, leaving 24 people injured.
Something like this
damn.
shouldn't have been possible, and experts at the time knew.
See, like, the difference here between an escalator doing this and an elevator doing this is this dude would not have survived if it was an elevator. This dude would have been stuck in the box with everyone else about to experience zero-G.
Pyro. At the bottom,
Like,
the
holy
landed metal.
shit, dude.
And experts at the time knew that something had gone wrong,
Damn.
and they started to suspect foul play.
In the aftermath, Rome's transit agency sealed off the accident site and closed the Republica station for several months.
The authorities ordered both a technical and a criminal investigation, and the mayor even publicly vowed to discover the cause of the accident.
Nice.
So investigators began dismantling the wreck, tearing it down piece by piece to reconstruct what had happened.
Okay. They're getting the
The
full
ride
detective
people
hat
experienced on that escalator was one of the most terrifying rides of their lives. But maybe it's more similar to the origin of escalators than you might think. Like, what was the first escalator even used for? Do you want to have a guess?
out.
It was an attraction in a theme park all the way back in 1896. It had no steps, a 25-degree incline,
The moving
and it was essentially
staircase.
just a
Come
slow
on,
conveyor
come
belt made
on.
of metal and wooden parts. It brought people up a full 7 feet before they would have to walk down stairs on the other side. And
Of
it was a
course.
huge success. Over 75,000 people enjoyed the attraction during its 2-week stay at the Old Iron Pier on Coney Island.
The ride was named the
The continuous elevator. I feel like I can literally hear, like, in my brain, just come on to the continuous elevator. Are you tired of stopping at each location as you go along? Needing to wait at specific floors? Would you rather get off in between floors like the buffoon you are? Well, step right up and try out the Reno continuous elevator.
continuous elevator.
Oh my
and
God,
its inventor,
man.
Jesse Reno, had created it not just as an attraction, but as a proof of concept, because he saw it as the future of transportation.
Wait,
But as Reno watched people ride
like
his
just
invention,
like
he
a
began to notice
rideable
a
tank
pattern.
tread? Is that what he
Nobody
wanted?
walked. Instead, they stood still, feet planted firmly sideways, with people gripping the handrail tightly.
Okay. that makes sense. If he expected people to, like, walk with it to, like, increase their rate of, like, travel, that would make a difference, but that is so counterintuitive for any goddamn person to do.
2 years later, the department store Harrods in England installed a similar device. But the ride was so unsettling that Harrods had to put staff at the top to offer brandy to men and smelling salts to women, just to calm their nerves.
Smelling salts?
See, for both devices, the 25-degree conveyor belt was precarious to
2
walk
days.
on and unnerving to stand on. At around 12 degrees, walking on an incline becomes difficult, and 25 degrees is roughly the limit that our ankles can flex.
If only there was a way to replace the conveyor belt with a moving set of stairs. Well, then the riders would always have a flat surface to stand on and a staircase they could climb if they wanted to.
True.
One attempt at a solution had already been around for 4 decades, and it was called the revolving stairs.
I fucking hate that. That looks like it's going to eat you alive, dude.
It consisted of a
looks
chain
like those
that went around a
satisfying
loop.
grinder
Then
videos
fixed
times 3.
stair-shaped blocks were attached to it, creating a flat surface to stand on during the main incline. But as soon as you'd reach the top, the steps tilted forward, making it treacherous to get off. And a similar problem plagued you at the bottom. Now you might think, if the top and bottom are causing problems, just extend each landing. But that also doesn't work. You just end up with a jagged mess for longer.
Tilted stairs.
So how do modern escalators solve this problem?
It's kind of why
I
the
mean,
crate
have you
mod
ever
doesn't
stopped to think
have
what happens to the stairs
currently
at
for
the top
belts.
of the escalator
I
when
think
they
there's an
disappear?
add-on for it.
Clearly,
that, like,
we have
makes it
steps
more
going around
functional,
in
but
some sort of loop. But how do they actually behave on the return journey?
triangles.
What if I give you
How the
two
fuck do they
options?
work?
Do they stay right side up, like the cabins in a Ferris wheel? Or do they flip upside down and then flip back again at the other side?
I'm gonna go this one all day.
The
Ferris
flipping
wheel? This
one
one makes more sense.
Ferris wheel.
I'm gonna go
Flip up.
No. No. You don't want this. You do not want this. You do not want this. These are teeth. Right here at the end, where people are getting off, those are teeth. If you approach this escalator at the wrong direction, these things are gonna catch your fucking foot and, like, bite into it like a grinder. This is the one that gives you safety. It's a bit of a belt, which can be dangerous because it can, like, pull you in, but it's not going to bite down on whatever it first hits.
Upside down and then flip back again at the other side.
I like
I'm gonna go
upside
this one
down.
all day.
Ferris wheel?
This one makes more sense.
Ferris wheel.
Yeah, this one.
I think they turn upside down.
And they're actually right side up.
I think I'm gonna go with the
Wow, you're both, yeah. The solution to this problem came from another inventor named George Wheeler.
Okay.
His idea forms the basis of every escalator in use today. A modern version of it works something like this.
A typical subway escalator has an electric motor at the top with a power output of around 50 kilowatts, smaller than most electric cars. This motor spins extremely fast at over 1,000 RPM, but it's pretty
Damn.
weak. So to drive the steps, the escalator
yep.
needs to convert this into a slower output with more force.
Dude, holy shit, this is such a perfect video to watch before a create mod thing, because this is exactly something that we are probably going to be doing tonight to turn our water wheel into full speed with, like, it's rougher to output to things because they'll eat more of your power. We'll get into that later. I'm sorry, that's just that was a cool thing to see because it's based off of the same shit.
To do this, it uses a reduction gearbox and a gear system, lowering the output to just a few RPM and increasing the torque by a factor of around 100. The motor is connected with a large sprocket to a reinforced steel chain which pulls the stairs around a loop. The so-called step chain is fitted with wheels to allow it to roll
What are you
smoothly
doing,
around
step
curves.
chain?
But unlike the design for the revolving stairs, Wheeler
I'm
proposed
stuck
attaching
in the
each step of this
escalator
chain
step
through a
chain.
single
Help.
axle, giving it the freedom
Oh,
to
stop.
rotate. Next, he added a second set of wheels to
Jesus
each step that
Christ.
followed a different track, allowing him to control the angle of each step at any point. On the incline, the two tracks overlap, just like the revolving staircase. But then
Okay.
at the top, the two tracks separate, and this is what allows us to keep the steps level throughout the entire ride. The tracks then remain
Oh,
separated.
they do go
and
upside
curve
down.
around.
They go
The
upside. I
steps flip
fucking knew
upside
it.
down, tuck into
I
the
didn't
loop,
know it
and
for the right
start their
reason,
return
but I
journey.
knew it.
At the start of the incline, the tracks rejoin, and the whole process repeats.
So the answer is you are both wrong.
They literally made like that video of the guy who like splits the tracks on a train into a parallel track and makes it like stay at that weird off angle while it travels down it and drifts basically. And that keeps it from being at like too awkward an angle to get back in position, I guess?
Guess what? You're right. Yeah.
But despite all modern escalators adopting Wheeler's design, at the time it caught so little attention that he was forced to shelve the idea. It wasn't until 8 years later that another inventor, Charles Seeberger, bought his patent and capitalized on the invention. Seeberger partnered with the Otis Elevator Company, and together they built a prototype.
Oh.
A year later,
I'm not gonna lie. When you don't have the like thing set there, that just looks like a grain elevator. I wonder if they're like based off of the same design. Like how they get grain in and out of like different silos and stuff like that.
This elevator company, and together they built a prototype.
A year later, in 1900, they showcased it at the Paris Exposition Universelle.
Dude, I feel like we need...
In total,
so,
51
hold on.
million...
I'm sorry, I have to pause this for just a split moment here and mention something. There is one goddamn thing that I wish we still had, and that's the World Fair. There used to legitimately be, like, a whole thing where we had, like, recreations of world, like, wonders and, like, stuff like that, and it was, like, a worldwide, like, fair, literally, for celebrating other countries and their, like, cultures and stuff like that. And it was, like, a national celebration. I'm not talking, like, the World Fair you do in, like, high school or middle school. I'm talking... this shit was worldwide, to the point where, like, diplomats and stuff would be showing up to it as, like, public appearances, because there would be, like, recreations of their world wonders in, like, small scale or whatever. It's, like, it was such a fucking cool idea, and it, like, got scrapped for some stupid reason. I don't remember why exactly, but it got scrapped for some dumb reason and never brought back, because it used to be, like, a whole area dedicated in, like, New York, I think. One of the coolest things ever, man, I swear. Sorry. Side detour.
Million people flocked to the exposition to see the marvels of modern technology, but one of the most popular exhibitions was the world's first true commercial escalator. The machine drew huge crowds. French historian Philippe Julien described it as the jolliest attraction at the exhibition, and wrote, "The escalator caused many an incident worthy of the vaudeville, separating families, sending old men sprawling, delighting the children, and reducing their nanas to despair."
Like the event.
The escalator was even awarded one of the grand
So I
prizes
think there was
of
a
the fair.
place called the World
Shortly
Fair.
after,
It
escalators
was, like,
started being installed in
permanently
different places
place.
across the world.
But that's cool to
these
hear.
escalators
I'm
weren't
glad it's
perfect.
still being done.
They had smooth, flat stairs, and when they reached the top, these stairs would disappear under a wooden board, leaving a dangerous gap between them.
Yikes.
Shoelaces, coats, and especially the long skirts in fashion at the time easily got caught in the machinery.
Yeah.
One incident even
Dude,
saw...
I almost wonder if, like, people's innate fear of this stuff happening, even though there's, like, not any stories of it actually happening in our lifetime, I feel, or at least, you know, my generation's lifetime and forward, whatever. But, like, it's one of those things where I almost feel like it was so quickly a problem and so, like, intensely something that was taught that it became, like, a meme. And I don't mean that, like, the, like, haha meme. I mean, like, the genes of the soul. Like, it literally ingrained itself into generations that didn't have this threat. And somehow we still have this immediate, like, something loose is gonna get caught in there.
a 3-year-old girl getting her foot pinched in the gap.
Damn.
And while the girl luckily escaped with injured toes and a missing shoe, something in the design had to change. To solve this, Seeberger and Otis installed a triangular shunt at the end of the escalator,
that's smart.
forcing riders to go off to the left before
you
they
could get
reached
caught
the dangerous
under
gap.
it if you hit the wall.
This system worked,
And it would
but
be bad
it was
for blind
awkward
people?
because it meant people had to put one foot onto solid ground while the other was still
Oh,
moving, which became
yeah, that
especially
would be
tricky
fucky.
when some people stood still and others walked. So to reduce the risk of people getting in each other's way, operators asked people to stand on the right and keep the left lane clear for faster walkers. It's a convention we still often follow to this day.
But
That's
as it
where
turns
that
out,
started.
there's a much better
Interesting.
solution than the shunt.
Modern escalator steps aren't smooth, they're grooved. These grooves then interlock perfectly with a comb plate at the top of the escalator. So now if a small item approaches the end, the comb plate lifts it up and out of harm's way. This makes it much harder for things to get stuck, and perhaps more importantly, it allows people to safely step off forwards.
I mean,
but the comb plate doesn't entirely solve the problem.
Yeah, you're kind of leaving a thread of
gaps
things
on the side
getting
of the
caught in the
escalator that can
teeth.
pinch and trap objects as the steps move. So to address this, a new safety feature called the skirt brush was added to the escalator in 1982.
Okay.
Escalators are full of subtle safety features like this, some old and some new, but almost all of them are designed around people. All the way back in 1896, Jesse Reno predicted that riders on his attraction would need something to hold onto, so he introduced a moving handrail. In a modern escalator, the motor has a separate connection to turn a friction wheel that drives the handrail.
Oh, a
The only
separate
problem is
motor.
that friction wears things down, so over time the wheel gets smaller, and as its circumference decreases, each rotation moves the rubber loop a slightly shorter distance. So the handrail...
That's why their fucking handrails never match the goddamn escalator. Holy shit, dude. We've actually finally figured... Oh my god. My family used to go on airplanes like once a year. And like, I got over a fear of flight pretty early because of how often we were on them. And I thought that like airports were some of the coolest shit. They had like this crazy cool like futuristic sort of vibe to them all. Hold on. Blame. They had this crazy cool futuristic sort of vibe to them, right? With all of these different little like moving bits and things that you don't see anywhere else like ever. And then all of a fucking sudden, for some stupid goddamn reason, the goddamn arm things on the escalator don't move at the same speed. I have to like skirt my hand along it. And like it leaves like that like friction like heat on my hand because it's not moving at the same speed as I am. That shit always confused me and I never understood it. The real reason was science, bitch. Urethra.
begins to move more slowly. The effect is small, but it builds up over time. So to compensate for this, a new handrail is calibrated to move around 2% faster than the steps. You can actually try this yourself. Next time you're standing on an escalator, just place your hand next to you as you stand still, and you will watch as your hand slowly drifts forward. This speed difference stops the handrail from lagging too far behind the steps.
I used to hold on to the handrail tight
because I
for
have
like grip and
noticed
balance.
that sometimes I'm on an escalator and then it's going faster than me.
Yeah.
My hand is going faster than my body. But that means it's a new escalator.
Well, it's a new frictional wheel. That wheel that drives the handrail.
That's kind of cool.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
We don't replace the entire.
We're learning new shit today.
Oh wow! So that's like a party trick I can use to entertain my friends. I mean, I don't know when I'd have a party on an escalator, but whatever. If I'm on an escalator with my friends,
escalator party at
and I can see it
Potassium's
moving, I'd be like, hey,
house.
that's because there's a new frictional wheel. I can tell them that and impress them.
But it's not just the
Goddamn,
handrail.
man.
The
Oh, my
speed of the
eye.
steps themselves is also something that needs to be carefully controlled.
Got like an
Modern
eyelash in the
escalators
corner of
use
my eye
AC
or
induction
something.
motors, which are extremely good at
bugging me.
regulating their rotational speed. And this
Think I
has
got
an
it.
unexpected benefit on downward escalators. With enough people riding, their weight is enough that the motor no longer has to power the ride. Instead, the weight of the passengers themselves drives the chain and causes the motor to spin.
Oh.
As more people board, the force on the motor increases,
So
and
it
it's pushed to
basically
turn
is like
faster.
they're
But
using
modern AC
gravity to
induction
power
motors work
the
by creating a rotating
engine.
magnetic field. When the motor tries to spin faster than the field, electric currents are induced inside it, which then create their own magnetic field.
Yeah, they're literally, I'm not even joking. They're literally like harnessing the manpower of someone being like the potential energy of someone being at the top of the escalator and being on part of this thing and all of their energy wanting to go down the slope. That is so cool. I'm sorry, that like threw me for a loop. That's so smart though.
This new field pushes back in the opposite direction to the spin, creating a braking force which resists the increase in speed. But something interesting happens when the motor resists like this. Rather than consuming energy, the physics of the motor flips, and it uses the excess
becomes a
mechanical energy to
generator.
produce an electric current.
That's so
This
fucking
is called
smart.
regenerative braking, and it's the same trick that electric vehicles use to recharge their batteries. In effect, the motor turns into a generator. The result is that on a busy day, many modern downward escalators aren't just moving people, they're actually generating electricity. Often, this is channeled back to the building's internal grid and used to power other devices, including the upward escalators.
Not much Mississippi, we're just learning about how escalators work.
That was,
I wonder if the reason they have escalators in airports so
in
much is if they use some of that to
the
generate
Paris
power for the
etc.
plane's batteries
I mean,
and
all
whatnot.
these escalators were regenerated.
What?
Yeah, when there were people standing on the escalator in down direction,
That's so smart.
these escalators were feeding energy back into the grid.
No. It's like the down escalator is a generator?
This
so
regenerative
cool.
braking makes escalators extremely power efficient, but more importantly, it makes them inherently safe. But there is a point where if you keep adding weight, then eventually the force becomes so strong that the motor can no longer resist it. And if left unchecked, it would start accelerating
The Rome
uncontrollably.
problem.
The stairs would go plummeting down, which is exactly what happened in Rome.
It looks
After
like
a nearly
wait, did the arm
two-year-long
rail? I don't
investigation,
remember the video that they
investigators
showed. I
published this
don't remember if the
86-page
arm
report.
rail
Inside,
like,
it lists
held or
the
not.
exact sequence of events that
You
led
hate
to the disaster.
escalators. They're kind of
As fans
problematic,
crowded
but
onto
it's
the
cool to
escalator,
see all
their
of the
combined
safety
weight
stuff that they
increased
do
the
have
load
involved.
on the main motor. The
'Cause
motor
it takes
tried
like
to resist this
extreme
change, but as
levels
more
of
and more
weight
people
like
funneled
this
on,
to be able
the
to
force
break
got
it.
too high.
And they have like
eventually it hit
3
a
or
tipping
4
point,
different
and the
layers
motor
of
started
safety.
accelerating uncontrollably.
Elevators
Safety
are just like
sensors in the
dropping you in a
machine
safe
noticed
if they
this sudden
fail
change
though.
and
You can't
triggered
like
two things
try
in
and
short
like
succession.
bail.
First, the power to the motor was
I don't know,
cut,
man. I'll
and
always
immediately
take
after that,
escalators
the main
over
brake
elevators.
engaged. Two massive arms clamped
Just
down on
need
the
to
drum
not
to
have,
lock it
like,
in
loose
place and avert the
shoestring.
runaway.
This brake should have had enough stopping power to bring the fully loaded escalator to a halt, even under the massive strain. But it didn't. Tests after the incident showed that its braking force was far too low, around 37% of the manufacturer's specification.
Ooh. Look at that. So there was 3 levels of failsafe. This one right here was the second level of failsafe that failed. If I'm remembering correctly, this was the second part that failed. And that only had a 37% efficacy from what the manufacturer was like supposed to have it at. So that means if this was a proper brake like system here, it should have stopped the entire like cavalcade of people right here at stage 2.
The weakened brake struggled to
Damn.
slow the spinning motor, and the escalator's downhill acceleration continued. This is when the last line of defense kicked in.
Regular
When the
stairs are
escalator's
definitely a
speed
good
rose
option.
by more than
They're healthy,
20%,
too.
the auxiliary brake
Exercise
triggered,
is good
driving
for you.
steel wedges into a disc on the drive shaft.
But when
And that was
investigators
stage
opened
3.
up this brake, they were shocked. The final mechanical backstop had been partially disabled. Someone had physically tied plastic straps around one of the 2 brake
Fucking
wedges
zip ties?
and rendered it useless.
Bro.
With half the
That has to be like a like look at where that is. That is behind a panel deep down in here on some random piece of metal. That has to be like a disgruntled like fired mechanic for this fucking thing or something like that. That is wild. There is no fucking if and or but about this. Whoever did this was trying to kill people.
rendered it useless.
Jesus.
With half the system unable to engage, its stopping power was cut by 50%, just enough for the weight of all those passengers to overpower the brake and render the last line of defense useless. Investigators knew that these failures should have been automatically
Shamed
reported
whoever
in
did
the
that.
error logs, but when they went to check, they found nothing. The error codes had been turned off, meaning critical malfunctions could occur without leaving a trace. The only way this
Okay,
could
no,
happen
this
was
is
if they had been disabled on purpose,
100%
meaning
some
someone must have
fucking, like,
reprogrammed
disgruntled
the
dude.
system to stop recording fault codes.
Alright, who else in the company slept with the
Next,
mechanic's wife?
investigators turned to the
Other than
maintenance
me.
records.
Okay.
But they found these similarly incomplete, and evidence of major work on the escalator was nowhere to be found at all.
With all the main safety systems compromised and critical alerts turned off, The escalator had been a ticking time bomb. All findings from
Yeah,
the technical investigation
like
pointed not to
it
a
feels like a
manufacturing
fucking
defect, but to a pattern of
Hitman
neglect and
3
falsification by those
story
in charge of
like
keeping machines safe.
assassination.
This left the prosecution with
Literally
one
just Agent 47. If you disable the braking pin on the elevator, then on the escalator, it should be able to make it fully fail when you reach this point. Like, this shit seems way too complex. Something's fishy.
clear question. Who was responsible?
That was my fucking bad.
The trail of
intro that
evidence
just
led
popped
back to
that shit
June
hurting.
2017, when maintenance responsibilities for Rome's escalators shifted to a new contractor, Metro Roma. The Transit Authority, ATAC, severed its contract with Metro Roma in an attempt to wash its hands of the situation. But as the criminal inquest continued, it became clear the problem went far deeper. The investigators discovered that Metro Roma had been working hand in hand with the Transit Authority, ATAC, and together they presided over negligent maintenance and falsified records all across the
Living in
network.
the timeline where
By September
escalators
2019,
killed
11
Batman's
suspects
face.
were named, and the courts had suspended 3 ATAC managers,
Oh
along with
my
the chief
fucking
of
god,
Metro Roma.
man. Imagine.
The
Is that
prosecution's
actually a
findings
universe?
were grave.
I feel like it
In
could be.
many cases, safety devices had been deliberately sabotaged to avoid escalator shutdowns. And those in charge had covered their tracks through a pattern of fraud and obstruction. In the midst of the public outrage, prosecutors recorded a chilling wiretap of ATAC manager Renato D'Amico.
The translation? If you run the numbers, out of 700 escalators, there'd be like 3 or 4 more dropping. Come on.
The prosecutors note in their report that D'Amico
fuck,
appeared
dude?
uninterested in the possibility there might have been people
What?
on those 3 or 4 escalators. It was simply a matter of numbers and percentages to him. It was a callous remark, and it painted a clear picture of the incident. This wasn't an engineering failure, it was a human one.
What is the eel? I don't
But
know
that
what the
brings us
eel
to
is.
a more fundamental question. I mean, how safe are escalators really? The truth is, when they're properly maintained, the safety margins on escalators are enormous. Each system is engineered to handle forces far
Yeah,
beyond
it's
what
just-
they'll
it's
ever
like-
see in service.
So the braking load of our step is like greater 15 kilonewtons, so 1.5 tons.
Holy
So you
shit,
can
you
put
need
an
to drive a
elephant on
fucking
the
car onto him to
brake.
make it
Well,
fall
I've
apart.
never seen a step
Holy
brake
shit.
in my whole career. Never seen a step
Ooh.
chain brake either.
I'd probably take the escalator, but an eel sounds cool too. Even if I like had to slide down the eel, I'd keep him as a friend. We'd have soft tacos later.
The accidents I know, I mean, it's critical, like that you ensure the right maintenance. That's the important thing. Because in the end, it's all about maintenance.
Whoa, that's
When this
pretty.
is done right, the
They're going
chances of
into
a
the glowing
catastrophic
butthole.
failure are vanishingly small.
And with around 1.5 million escalators worldwide, that really is how it should be. In the US and Canada alone,
Dear
over
Lord, I
100
almost killed
billion
myself with that
escalator
joke.
trips are happening every year.
Not
making
like
the
that,
escalator one of the
YouTube.
most
I was
widely used forms of transport on the
breathing
planet.
out and not breathing
On
in
a
because I
scale
was
that
laughing
large,
really
it's
hard.
sometimes easy to point the finger at our technology when things go wrong, but the truth is, no matter how well designed our systems are, they all rely on people to maintain them. And perhaps that's the lesson here. As humans, we have a duty of care, not just to ourselves, but to everyone around us. And sometimes that means taking responsibility for keeping each other safe.
That was sick. I'm not gonna lie, that
In
was
a way,
sick.
that's how the escalator's story began, with one person deciding to take responsibility for a problem that everyone else ignored. Back when Jesse Reno was at university, every day he had to climb more than 300 steps to get to his frat house.
Oh.
But while everyone else complained about this, Reno did something about it. He had the math, the science, and most importantly, the problem-solving skills to create the world's very first escalator, which he took to Coney Island.
I mean, he did a good
How do you
job.
go from a frustrating everyday problem to an innovation that changes the world? Well, that's where today's sponsor, Brilliant, comes in.
Okay.
Brilliant is
Okay. This motherfucker had me going for a minute. That was a sick video, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how I wasn't subscribed to Vertasium already. I've watched plenty of their videos throughout the years, so very, very good video. I love just like diving down rabbit holes like this, and they're probably a really good channel that I'd recommend for it. But with that out of the way, it is time for us to get into the Hephaestus project proper. Here. Excuse me. That was like the weirdest hiccup I've ever had in my life. Boink. Blammo. Beep, boop, zip, shoop. Why are you silent? Oh, there we go. Hold on. Might get a little bit laggy, and it might take a little bit here for it to launch up, if you know what I'm saying, because, you know, modded Minecraft. I don't know if this is just like the general fucking experience period across like every modded Minecraft pack ever, but anytime that I've ever launched up a Minecraft pack, it always like chugs for a good while, and then it like kinda chills out, but it like really has to get itself warmed up. It does some jumping jacks, runs like a mile. Where is the tradition? There you are. I haven't tested my Chibi model with this pack yet, so we're gonna give it a try. If it's a little too framey, a little too laggy, then I'll just flatten out into 2D and we should be plenty fine. But, let me just get this all going. Do I need an anvil already? I don't think you'll need much of anything for this one. At least off the bat here. A lot of what we're going to be starting off with tonight is probably going to be base Minecraft, a little bit of like exploration, looting, looking for a nice place to base, and probably getting ourselves started into the crate mod. I'll give a bit more of a proper disclosure once we get to the main menu here, so just give me a moment. Because I do want to go over some like bits and pieces that you'll actually see once we get into the quest book. You'll drop the end. Oh, right. I see what you mean. I thought you were talking about the Hephaestus project. But if you've got one of them up a couple stories, that might be useful. Okay. Like I said, it's probably gonna chug here for a little bit, but we've got some time to chat, just me and y'all. I will say the quest book is nowhere near completed. It is very much still a work in progress. That's kind of why everything is listed as an alpha right now. It's gonna keep things from getting to the point where, like, whatchamacallit, what's the word for it? It's gonna, hopefully at least, keep things from getting to the point where, like, I get too down the rabbit hole of making all of these and never get any, like, content or videos or anything like that out on it. If you get what I'm saying. But we're going to be building the quest book as we go. I'll kind of, like, build some more quest lines over time off stream and set in all the stuff for them, but it's intended to be a questline system that you guys could follow as well if you were playing. Because I will be planning on putting this mod pack available in the Discord for the lackeys to try out for free. Just any of you who are in there. I'll have to figure out how to get it to do that quite that way. But I'm gonna do my damnedest. And once we do have that in there, it'll be up for any of y'all to play. I'll have to update it and send you guys, like, the updated version in there every time I add new quests. Or at least every so often to add, like, a chunk of new ones. So on and so forth. But I think we should be able to do so quite easily. Once I've got it all figured out the first time, at least. Oh, hell yeah, Twin Steely. This one is You Were Enough by Twin Steely. Definitely one of my favorite smaller breakcore artists that I've found as of late. If you're still here, Ogopogo, I think you'll like this one. How have y'all been doing so far today, for those of you who I didn't ask that to earlier? I'm a little tired. Today was my second day in a row at Pizza Pantheon, and the 2 days in a row is always a little rough on my leg and back. But, you know, we're here to game. We're here to pave the way to fame. We're never gonna be lame. We're gonna bring pain.
Hey, listen!
I fucking looked down at a new chat. How long do you think it'll take to add Kanye West to the mod pack? I mean, it won't take very long. It's not something that'll just be in there at base, but if you've got a bit of creative skill, you might be able to do something with it. I'll be showing you a bit of a base for that once we get into the game. I ain't gonna control whatever the hell y'all do on your worlds. The other thing I wanted to mention is I probably won't be able to play multiplayer live while we're streaming, period. Just until a server is figured out in some way, shape, or form. I'm gonna be real with you, I don't really know how to do that. But, once that is figured out in some way, shape, or form, we might be able to do multiplayer nights on this. But for the time being, because of how the Essential mod works, where it, like, essentially hosts the world to other people through your Wi-Fi, it would be near impossible for me to be able to stream it and be able to play it, like, with other people. But I think we are... Okay, so something I will state right now is I do have a texture pack on. It's a old classic with a bunch of compatibility packs for the actual thing. Here, hold on, let me move myself over to the right. Hold up. Wait for it. Oh. Right. Be gone. You? Play song funky. Hold on. Trying to pause my music, but it's like in a weird limbo state. There we go. Alright. Let me get Minecraft up and visible. And then we should be ready to go. But I do have a classic texture pack for the people who grew up watching Yogscast like me. It's something that I have definitely seen quite a fucking lot of. I know I've got Minecraft in here somewhere. There you are.
Hey, listen!
It would be really cool to do like a recreation of Maya Night for Lackey Night. I still need to watch Maya Night. I like only ever saw like scattered episode or two from a few different locations in the series. Something I definitely should watch, because I've been showing Karnix some of the old Shadow of Israfel and stuff like that I grew up watching, a little bit of the Tekkit from the Yogscast. I think I need to unmute this because I think it's muted. It is not muted, it is just silent. Okay. Fuck it, we ball. Give me the too mellow. Where is it? Right here, too mellow. That one. That's a little too much. Give me that one. That's a little... That one, that'll work. Alright. Oh wait, this is not the right size. Let me fix that. Fit touch screen. It's a little wonky, but oh well. Alright. But yeah, I'm using the Spax Pure BD Craft pack. It's a classic. It's very different from like base game Minecraft, and it has its stylization of like these pentagons, yeah, that you'll see kind of replicated in a lot of places. But nonetheless, I would like to mention this pack is not something that would be included in the way to download it, because I had to download this from a separate site myself and put it in. But resource packs aren't that difficult for people to get in. I don't think I need to really tutorialize that so much. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get ourselves a new world going. Is it doing the... I need to see if it's doing the orange-yellow outline thing. If it is, I can fix it, but... Oh yeah, this is a Too Mellow song, by the way. I was wondering why Too Mellow hadn't put out any new music for a while. Do you want to know what I found? I just randomly stumbled across a Steam game. An official Hasbro Steam video game of Bop It. And the entire soundtrack was done by Too Mellow. I'm not even fucking joking. I am 100% serious. Too Mellow made a new album, but it's specifically for the Bop It video game. So I don't think it's one that I can play on stream because I think it's licensed sort of thing, if you get the vibe. But it is actually a game I kind of want to get, and like, because I think if I own the game and I play it live, I don't think there's going to be an issue with that, but, you know, shit like that. Alrighty, let's go ahead and make up our new world. This is going to be... Ooh, what should we name our world? Also, allowed cheats is going to be on, and the only reason that is going to be on is because in order to force load chunks, things like that, claim chunks to protect them, etc, 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 sometimes I need to be able to do things like add extra chunks to the Feed the Beast chunks, as well as specifically one thing that I need to include in the pack and don't have in here yet is the ability to go into a free cam where I can kind of like check things without having to mine like a million blocks down to look at where something is. Instead, I'd be able to kind of spectator mode it. That being said, in some cases when I'm doing like big builds and need to check something that's dangerous or just gonna be a nuisance to check, I might use spectator mode just to check it, and then bring myself right back to where I was before I get out of it. That being said, I think a good name for this one would be The Forge. Simple, smooth, no extra necessities. We're gonna leave it on normal difficulty. All of the other shit we're just gonna leave normal as well. But here we go. Give us something different. Give us a little bit of the space tape. It's a little quiet. What about this one? There we go. Also, I love these loading screen tips. These are probably one of my favorite mods that are in here just because it's like, you find so much useful stuff you always know, but that's like the meme of loading screen tips. And then stuff that is just like the most goofy shit ever. Like one of my favorite is zombies generally you stab them with a sword. And I went, oh shit, for real? might take a little while for world generation just because there are a couple mods that work in combo here for this one that essentially, what's the word for it? The best way that I can describe it is it makes the world generate in a way that, like, it generates in a way that seems like the most realistic world generation I've ever seen in Minecraft. Like, it just looks like actual, like, real world, like, mountainsides and, like, cliffs and mesas and shit like that. It's so sick. Also, when we get in here, I might have to turn shaders off if they're not already turned off. I think they're already off. But, it might be a little too laggy with, Stream, VTube Studio, and shaders. But if I ever want to show them off, I can always pop myself into good old 2D mode, and then pop the shaders on to show you what I'm talking about. I do also have a notepad document down here that has a bunch of quests that I still need to add in. So we might go over some of those tonight, and then I'll add the actual quest itself in after the fact, just to get those out of the way. But, looks like we're getting in here. Shut up. Give me a... going in. Ooh. Don't you know my name? Oh, right. Did my skin break? Oh no, there it is. Okay, I'm actually going to hold on. I'm gonna put on some more vibey music. We'll put this one on. So, for those of you who were here when I was showing this off previously, you may notice that when you are first loading into a world, there's going to be a lot of choices. It's a little laggy here. But you will not be permanently locked to whatever you pick at the beginning. You can spend some gold, some diamonds, and I think like a slime ball or something like that. And you can make... Oh. Music's getting a little iffy. Skipping. Wax fucking record player. But you can change these by making a slightly expensive item. So don't get too hooked on whatever you, like, want. If you want to test new ones, test new ones. Try new shit. They've got a bunch of cool abilities. Some of them have some downsides. The one that I specifically will be going for, I already know, because I've looked through all of them and spent a long goddamn time processing. But we'll go through a few of them on the way as we make our way towards mine, because it's a bit of a travel. Arachnid. You can toggle the ability to climb walls. You can navigate cobwebs perfectly and can climb them like a ladder, basically. If you hit an enemy in melee, they get stuck in cobweb for a little while. You can see people that aren't arthropods through walls if they're in cobweb. You can craft cobweb from string. But you're a carnivore. Only meat, no veggies for you. And you're a little less healthy. You got 3 less hearts, which means it's a lot easier to knock you down. At least at the beginning, until you get yourself some more max HP. Farmer. The way your hands are formed provide no way of holding a shield upright. But you're a vegetarian, lightly armored. Your need for agile movements while working with crops is harder when, what? Your need for agile movements while working with crops is harder... Oh, okay. My brain was trying to process that sentence. So, when you're wearing heavier armor, it's hard to move the agile way you need to work with crops, so you prefer only leather. And you're nimble, so you have much, or not much, but less health than humans. However, you can just activate an ability to nourish a crop and grow them in a matter of seconds. You're also a pacifist, so there's a chance that enemy attacks leave you stunned and your attacks are weaker. You literally photosynthesize. I don't know if that's you, or if, like, your plants just randomly get bone mealed when they're in the sun, which is cool. Close proximity to farmland makes you feel at home and gives regen. And you can summon a random passive or neutral mob. Cool. Okay, let's keep going. Paladin. Protection from undead. Power of the Lord will set the undead on fire with a touch from you. But you are dried out. You get heavily decreased walk speed when you're in the nether. You also have Holy Life, which is killing will grant you holy water, which will heal you a little. And extra exhaustion, but a larger appetite. Durendal. Durendal is the Sword of Roland, a legendary paladin, and he has passed it down to you to wield his powerful sword. Holding the Durendal will give you 1.5 extra damage boost while attacking. Templar Mission. A book with instructions on how to repair your sword will spawn with you. Praise the Sun. Heal and gain resistance as well as regen for 10 seconds, only in daytime. Lorax. A small mythical creature that protects the trees. You can move through leaves. That's a pretty fucking solid goddamn ability. You cannot break trees that have leaves, though. And you can only break wood if there's no leaves around the wood. So you have to break the leaves and then break the wood. You're smaller than normal humans. You can't harm passive mobs, which some of this might seem real bad, but the Create mod gives you ways to harm passive mobs. You don't gotta be the one to do it. And Marshmallow. You have achieved the ability to make marshmallows as you love them. Craft them with 2 sugar. Also, yes, Witch of Ink. I don't know if this is based off of the Dishonored ladies or what the deal is here, but this one's cool. Being near painting satisfies your artist, replenishing your hunger. You learned a special recipe to make wool, which makes wool very, very simple. Double the amount from string. Covered colored dust floats around you. You can erase the color of an entity you're looking at using shift to self-cast it on yourself. You take more fire damage. You're frail, neglecting physical health and fewer hearts than a human. And you have a magic brush. With respective die in hand, click to fire a ray of red, blue, or green that colors entities. Syntax is attacker and target. So blue, blue or red. Oh, blue, blue, or red, red pulls the target to the attacker. Blue, red, or red, blue applies knockback. Green, red makes yellow, which causes the entity to glow and be seen through walls. Blue, green heals. Like, there is some crazy shit in here. But I play as the deranged. Hold on, I gotta take a sip. My voice is getting a little rough. You can go off of the little descriptions they give here if you want, or you can just find the one that's the closest to your vibe. This one's just the closest to me. Blinding. Any arrow you shoot will inflict slowness 2 on the target. Breathing. You can calm yourself, emptying your mind and starting to breathe. Breathing decreases your derangement bar by 25. Tranquilizer. You can launch 3 darts anywhere in the direction you're looking. This dart causes slowness 2. Sadist. Killing something increases your derangement bar by 25. That's pretty gross, man. Derangement. You have a derangement bar. There are different effects for different levels of derangement. You fill it up by killing things. However, you can decrease it by breathing. And insane. When your derangement bar is over or equal to 75, you will go insane. While insane, you deal extra damage, but your mental state is so broken that you are only left with much less health. You also have an obsessive love for sharp and pointy things, such as knives, so you became well versed in how to fight with them. The damage you deal with swords adds 1 extra heart of damage. And migraine. The world looks a little bit different when you're insane, so we get a little shader effect when we're fully electo-moded out. Insomnia. You have horrible nightmares when you fall asleep, so you have stopped sleeping altogether. This is one of the big downsides, is we literally cannot sleep. However, there is still a way around this. It's not exactly sleeping, but inventory pets, let's just say they tend to be a bit of an exception to the rule. Persuasive. You have learned to convince and persuade many people over the years. You can now use this to haggle with villagers for a lower price. And Tranquil. When your derangement bar is less than or equal to 25, it will have you put in a tranquil state. While Tranquil, you are as fit as a fiddle, being Tranquil also gives you speed 2 and a jump boost. I'd say this one is probably the most close to my vibe. It's got the whole, like, speedy go, like, vroom vroom vroom, and then when you start going massacre mode, things start getting annihilated. Then there's another choice. This one there is much less to choose between. Farmer, rancher, miner, lumberjack, cook, blacksmith, cleric, merchant, explorer, warrior, archer, rogue, beastmaster, and that is it. Nowhere near the insane amount that the other one had. There is still good choices, though. Personally, I've been going almost every time with the Explorer. Explorers find their way through the most difficult terrain easily and discover hidden landmarks. You start the game with a compass, a clock, and 9 empty maps. Simple. And sprinting doesn't cause you to exhaust. Very useful. Especially when I like to run around and figure out where the hell I am and explore before I set up a base. I don't want to be sitting there at 0 hunger, searching for fucking pigs and cows. So, I'm gonna mute up this, because we're about to get into the game proper now. Give it a little minute here. It's gonna be a little framey since we're just loading in for the first time and all of the things like the water flowing. But we are in. It always is a little framey and needs to kind of stabilize itself when you first load into the world as well, just in general. I don't know what's up with these. These are like dripstone stacks. Because I've seen the lush stacks before with like the, whatchamacallit, the glowberry and moss all over them, but that's dripstone blocks, I'm pretty sure. Right? My zoom is not working. That? There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those are dripstone blocks, if I'm not mistaken. And I know that all of that over there is dripstone, so I'm not quite sure. And it looks like our frames have stabilized pretty nicely. We might go 2D mode just if things get any worse than this, but probably won't be here for too long, but cool that the project is ready. It's ready, asterisk, like, cross thing with extra text, footnote, etc. It is ready in an alpha state. It is a functional mod pack that me, Carnix, and Neko have been playing pretty frequently, with a lot of enjoyment out of it. And I really, really think that me waiting too long to have everything perfectly polished and whatnot is just a mistake. So I think we're going to be kind of streaming it as we really polish and complete everything. But let's go ahead and look at our map here. Well, this is... Ooh, we got a village. Okay. I was going to say this is kind of unfortunate, but let's go ahead and place ourselves a temp waypoint and make our way over here, so that we can get at least inside a nice little area and open up our quest book and see what we do have made so far. as one of those will give us some, or at least most of them, will give us some fairly decent starting stuffs. Ooh. It is a little framey. I think, yeah. We're gonna flatten me out. Karnix, drop the anvil, goddammit. Hold up. Hold up. I gotta get it off my fucking face. There we go. Okay. This should save us all of those frames we were missing. Apologies. Oh. Much, much better.
Hey, listen.
Alright. But once we get over here to this village, we'll be able to open up the quest book, which I always recommend as step number 1 in a new mod pack. If they have one put together, even remotely finished, you usually want to check out the quest book. So, let me just pop myself in here. And let's do that. That's not what I want. Get that out of here. Quests. So, as you can see, I have done a good chunk. However, this is just the getting started chapter, and there's going to be individual chapters for most of the mods when this is finished. So, I've got a lot of work to do. However, it's probably best to start in the center here, with our good old zombie friend getting started. There is a good number of enemies in this mod pack, especially in some of the structures, and there is even a chance for boss versions of some mobs to spawn. Either find an uninhabited place and make a base, or get blocks and find an area quickly, then claim it with the journey map to prevent mob griefing. Simple as, give it a little check mark, and grab up your free clothing so that you're not running around naked. And your green bed to be able to set your spot. Hello, Sanford. What you got for me? All right, I've got the permanent hero of the village, so they're giving me cheap prices, which is nice.
Hey, listen.
What the? That is a hell of a fucking thing to just randomly throw into the chat like that. Dear Lord. Oh my God. Okay, that is actually insane. I'm really glad that we found that. Let me just grab these real quick. So, what I was going to say is you may notice this is called a loot chest at the top, which is one of the mods in this that essentially gives every player in a world individualized loot from these. So I opened it when it was gold, now it's silver. That means it generated for me, and I know, I've been, like, looking in this before. However, to other players, it still looks gold, and when they open it, even though I took everything, there's new loot for them. Now, the reason that I was losing my shit is these roller skates are wild. Essentially, it increases your movement speed depending on how long you've been running, and makes all blocks slippery. This isn't the most wild one. It's pretty decent. We've got like a 4-star out of 5, but then we got a 2-star. But if I just put these on real quick, you'll notice everything's a little slidey. However, if I really get going in a straightaway, I can make some goddamn speed. Now, it's funny as hell that I found these, because one of the quests that I was actually about to go to, which I'll do so next, was going to give us some starting stuff. This one. For the exploration and adventure inclined. However, before we go there, I'm gonna just check these ones here, because these are important info. I'll basically go over them when they become relevant in the stream, so I'm not going to read these ones, but they'll be useful for people who need to, like, learn this without watching the stream, basically. It gives you bits and pieces and kind of helps you learn what is useful, like ponder for the create stuff. So, this does give us our nice goggles, so let me pop those bad boys on real quick. Hell yeah. Now we're looking snazzy. But those will be useful once we get into the create mod proper. This is an unoptimized and buggy alpha, but that's why we love it. We're gonna have a known bugs page, because there are some known bugs that cause some problems in this. Not a ton, and they're avoidable, but we're gonna have to, you know, kind of keep an eye out for any new ones and just... I don't know how to mod. I don't know how to code. I don't know... Shit! You fucking bitch. You utter cock. See, this is why I was inside a building earlier. I'm gonna continue to do that. Jesus Christ, you're not doing your fucking job, guard villager. But I don't know how to mod, I don't know how to code, I don't know how to do any of this stuff. So, unless other people are able to offer support in that regard, unfortunately, we're just gonna have to kind of avoid bugs. But, checking that one gives us a nice little single resurrection thing. Resurrects you once and breaks. Would have been funny if I died right before collecting that, or right after even. JEI is your friend. Just hear me out and I'll give you a nice meal at the end of this one free of charge. There's over 250 mods in this. You need to use JEI. JEI is this. All of these items are every single item from every single mod that is in this pack. Which means that if you need to figure out how to make anything, and I mean anything, how do I make a block of ironwood? I hover over it. That's not ironwood, where'd it go? How do I make a block of ironwood? I hover over it and I hit R. If there is a recipe for it, in any way, shape, or form, it shows you how to do it. If you want to know what it's used in, even over here, you can hover over it and hit U. Now you know everything it's used for, in any way, shape, or form. That will be your absolute savior in any sort of large mod pack like this. So, that being said, that's really all this is, so we get to enjoy our meal now. Nice bacon burger, slice of chorus fruit cream cake, sweet berry juice, and some hash browns. Get ourselves some real tasties. Hello, Dodo. I'm gonna see if we can find anything else in here, because it's gonna turn night fairly quick. And I would prefer to have some more loot, and possibly one of these sealed up places. Ooh, apricorn sprouts. Might want those. Be good for... Hell yeah, we're getting some quests completed. But we're gonna need some of these sprouts in order to make apricorn trees, so that we can make some of our own Pokeballs and the like moving forward. What the fuck kind of... What the fuck kind of... Where is that supposed to go, officer? That's where my tax money is going? The fucking, like... Elevator? Jesus Christ. The fucking ladder to nowhere? Okay. So, now let's look at things from here. So you've got directions that you can go. These center three are meant to be your, hey, here's your freebies, get into this. But as you go out here, these are meant to be branches that kind of are for different playstyles. So we've got things like for the magically inclined, for the mechanically inclined, for the ritually inclined, for the hungry, for the exploration and adventure inclined, for the artistically inclined, and for the hoarding inclined. Each of these has a little description that we'll go over just because they give bits and pieces. But for those of you who were wondering how long until Kanye West is added into this mod pack, this pack was meant to broach all possible ways to play the game, and for those who want to express their creativity fully, you can do so here. I'll provide some basic supplies, but it'll be up to you to find the rest and make your painting emporium. Get ourselves a palette, a canvas, an easel, and 3 dyes of our choice. Let's go, green, let's go my colors, green, purple, and red, right? And then you just take your easel, drop that bad boy in the crafting table, throw the dye in there with it, add these bad boys on one by one, and then where is the easel? And the canvas. It's turning night, and I actually can't sleep through the night, which is a slight nuisance, but we'll be able to go out and do stuff as well. But let's drop this bad boy down. Drop our canvas right there. Grab our palette. And here we go. So, we've got our base colors here. You know, I could just draw in some red. I'm not going to draw in any until I'm really ready for it. Like if we do like a drop of red there for an eye. And like a drop of red there for an eye. With a little like there and there for the teardrops. And then say we wanted maybe like a little bit of like a green for the hair. Draw in a little bit of green here, you know, get a little bit of this in some different textured bits. And then there's the purple over here, right? But if we've got green and purple like right next to each other, and it's dyed hair, surely there'd be a little bit of an overlap. So it only makes sense that there'd be a little bit of green and a little bit of purple in the same spot in a couple of these. You can make mixed colors that don't exist as a dye, and then if you end up not wanting it anymore, you just wash it away. You can do so much cool shit with this. And then at the end you can sign it. If you don't want to sign it, you can pop off. Pop that bad boy off. It's a painting in progress. Pick up my easel. Don't want to leave that bad boy behind. Now, our inventory is getting a little clogged. I will take the green dye. Yoink. Should have grabbed that originally. Tomato seeds and rice. Our inventory is getting a little stocked up here. So, if we go over to the for the hoarding inclined, there is a massive number of items you will collect across the world. When it comes to storage, the cheapest and easiest is the backpacks. See the Exploration and Adventure for a free base tier backpack. Oh shit, okay. Exploration. The world you are in is a fairly different one from the one you may be used to. Many new structures, biomes, and subsequently beautiful areas and landscapes. If you're the type to travel far and wide, then the last thing you want to do is go anywhere without your backpack, running shoes, and some tunes for the road. Blam. Let's grab our backpack. Put this bad boy on, and I believe we can put it, yeah, on the back slot in the curios, which is a nice little extra accessories mod. Oh, my voice. Jesus. Hold on. I need a blood pack. I need the refresh. Hit him with that. Hit him with that sweet berry juice. Tasty. But, now that we've got our backpack on, there's a keybind. There are some keybinds that are gonna be a little, I am indeed playing Minecraft, yes. There are some different keybinds that'll be useful for setting once you get in here, one of which is for your backpack. So now we've got quite a bit of storage, so let's pop all of these bad boys that we don't need to be holding on to right away. Keep the bed on me. I'll keep that on me in case I die. Throw that in, throw my canvas, throw my pallet in there. Don't need any of those right now. Definitely don't fucking want obsidian in my hotbar. Oh shit, one of the dudes must have thrown me a golden axe. That's nice. And then... oh, right, wrong one. Blam. Then we get our tunes for the road, a jukebox upgrade for the backpack, and our choice of music disc. I'm gonna be real with you, I really wish it said the goddamn name of the disc here, because I don't remember which one of these is which. So... I kind of like this color. It's like a nice turquoise. Don't know which one that was. And then our running shoes, which is, this is why I thought it was kind of funny that we got the roller skates, because this is like a weak version of the roller skates. It increases the wearer's movement speed while sprinting, and your step height while sprinting. Which means, if I put that on, I'm gonna open this and close it right away. I can run up one block tall things like I'm able to do with the actual... oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Stuart, do something. I'm stealing your bed. It's like I can't sleep, but I'll at least hit that bad boy to set my respawn. Hey, they actually fucking murdered the skeleton. Hell yeah. They kicked his ass. But these give you a little bit of sprinting capabilities. One of the cool things, though, is you've got 2 feet. So you can equip 2 things. So now we're really fucking zooming. We would be burning so much goddamn stamina, or so much of our hunger right now, if we didn't have that, like, explorer thing. But now we can get around. It is a little funky, though, to have those on 24/7, especially the roller skates. Like, the running shoes, I'll put those on, but the roller skates, those have got to be something I take off and on, because the sliding pisses me off. Alright, let's put our jukebox upgrade in there, and pop our disc in. Oh, I got far. Let me turn that up. Ooh, that's pretty. Okay, I'm not gonna complain about that. Let me grab some freebies from the village over here. 50, 71, 50, cabbage. My cabbages! You may notice, there's quite a... okay, that's a little loud. There's quite a lot of different foods in this pack. Like... wait, what? Food. Like, a lot? Like, a lot? Like, a lot? Like, a lot? That's still so loud. Jesus Christ, I understand why it was so low now. Like, a lot? Brown gelatin mix bucket. Chocolate milk bucket. Chorus fruit cream frosting bucket. Are there mods for more music discs? There are a few. If I look up disc here. This is why JEI is your goddamn best friend in packs like this. So we've got the base discs, right? All of those bad boys. Then we've got Pigstep, Relic. All of those. Then we've got Firel, Aria Biblio, Thistle, Sound of Glass, Firel, The Wild Hunt, Tim Rukowski, Wanderer, Pixie Club. There's a lot of these. There's also these ones, Ambience Discs. These are dropped when a skeleton kills a spider, and these loop infinitely, and they're ambient sounds. Packed venue, crickets, tick-tock, soothing cinders, heavy wind. So you can pop these in a jukebox and they'll never stop playing. and now you have ambience in an area. Like, there's so many cool things here. So many cool things. But we've got our tunes for the road. Daylight is rearing its head. Thank goodness for the guards keeping the village clear of zombies and skeletons for the most part. Let me give him a nice thorough handshake. Excuse me, I'm trying to give you a handshake as is customary to my people. Who are you attacking? Oh, they're jumping someone. Get his ass. Get his ass. Oh, World Star. Come here. Come here, Prince. You're coming with me. Does it count as kidnapping if it's a fully grown villager? I fucking love the carry-on mod. You can do it with the Cobblemon, but yeah, they become a bit of a perpetual motion machine. Fucking get a little too close, you just hear his goddamn voice getting Dopplered like wild. But that's a really useful one for being able to put things on seats, which is actually really important in the create mod. Okay, I think we've done enough faffing about at our village here. Looks like there's another structure way up here. Kind of curious what this is. Let's place down a waypoint. I'll put down the permanent. Do I even have one here? Whoops, close. I don't even have a permanent waypoint here. Let's just drop ourselves a new waypoint. We'll call this First Village. There we go. Oh. That way we don't ever lose this place. And then we need to make our way out to about 300 blocks away. Now, if we're smart about this and get a nice line up and pop these bad boys on. We gotta get there nice and quick. Holy shit. I'm just looking for... Ow. I'm keeping an eye out for a cliffside, because the last thing I want to do is go flying off a cliffside. What are those? It looks like a nuclear wasteland. Oh, Jesus. Well, something tells me I won't be ever in need of fucking poppies. Ever. Jesus Christ. Red dye is covered. Is that another village? There's another village over there. Hell yes, dude. This looks like a nice little... Oh, this is one of the archaeology spots, isn't it? Hold on, I gotta take my fucking roller skates off. Be gone. So, I think this... I don't know what mod adds these, but I've seen these in other worlds. Yeah, they have these cool statues. I like these. That's not a pickaxe, Jinx. Dear Lord. I like those. I wanna get a couple of them. But they use a bunch of things from the create mod in these, which is why it's usually really good to check these out if you're doing create stuff. It's really pretty design too. But let's see what we've got cooking. I'll definitely take rose quartz. Rose quartz is fucking necessity. You use so much of that shit in the create mod. I'll take some wheat seeds. Bam. Gunpowder is useful. Leather. Name tag. Name tags aren't as rare because you can make them in the create mod, which is really nice. Trying to... Oh, I was like, I knew I saw more. Honeyed apple. Let's get ourselves some more food. I don't really think we need wheat flour.
Hey, listen.
You have a question? Yeah, what's up? Whoa, hold up. Hello, storage crate. I didn't see that shit before. What are these? Sand, terracotta... Okay. Nothing too good. I just saw like blocks of shit. I was like, is that blocks of gold? Ooh, lava. Be a little careful. Although dying isn't the end of the world in this pack, you do get a corpse on death, which will keep you from being too set back by the scenario. Let's get my shield back on. Get under the water so I can get some speed. Right. I always forget that you have to restart it until we get an upgrade for... Until we get the upgrade for our music disc in our backpack here. There we go. Until we get the upgrade for that, we actually do not have the ability to have it loop automatically in our pack. But once we get the upgraded version of the jukebox upgrade, we can. This is a nice place. Take some emeralds. Cabbage and tomato. One of the things that I want to do in this pack, I know I didn't really mention my, like, main goal, and no, it is not to blow up and act like I don't know nobody, har har har. My main goal in this pack is I want to automate everything that I can across everyone. Dude, I love the fucking... the fucking skins for these dudes from the Sphax Pure BD craft is amazing. But I want to try and automate mods that don't necessarily have the, like, create mod compatibility inherent to them. I want to try and find strange ways to make the create mod automate a bunch of really cool stuff. And I have some ideas. The first of which is going to be, if I look up here... Have a good one, Lucky. The first one is going to be a hell of a chocolate factory. That is one idea that I have in mind. One of the other ones that I have in mind is I want to make a mall. But, like, not like a mall to sell things. Well, I guess maybe to sell things. It's not really intended to be that way. I want to, like... I want to try and have... like an ice cream store in a mall, stocked with actual, like, ice cream, chocolate ice cream cone and chocolate chip ice cream cone. I feel like it would be really cool to have stuff like that, and then it would be, like, places that when we do eventually open these off-stream to, like, other lackeys to play. Like an indoor carnival? Kind of, yeah. Like... I'm not necessarily, like, I'm thinking of it kind of like a shop to sell these items, quote-unquote, but I'm also kind of not thinking of it that way. It's more of just, like, aesthetic and, like, a cool thing. Because one of the things we do have... How do I make one of these? Sticks and hay bales. I should have grabbed some of those fucking hay bales. It's a sprout. I need wheat. I need hay bales. If I show you these straw statues, they're essentially fully posable and reskinnable players. Like, fully detailed players that you can apply a player skin that's already existing on someone too. And that gives you the capability of actually, like, having, like, a dude who's wearing, like, an ice cream salesman sort of outfit behind the counter. He's not gonna move, but he's gonna be back there. We're finding some interesting places here, but, follow me, please. Ooh. Ooh, that's pretty. What is this? Sandstone Valley region. Okay. Maybe... Ooh. Ooh, there's some big structures around here. This might be a good place for us to set up base. For the time being. I kind of like this village, too. It's got very unique, like, curvy pathways. Swampy trees. Yeah, we're 100% setting up base temporary here. Jesus, maybe not that one. That one's missing a floor. This one's also missing a floor, but our respawn point has been fixed. grab both of those. See what else we can manage to find if we... You know what? I'll take it up here. There we go. Oh. Don't mind if I do. Give me that. Thank you very much. And now, something cool about the crate mod is, while it may be nice to be able to wear a helmet or the goggles, when you have the curio inventory, you could... What? Am I crazy? Oh, do I have to manually put it in there? You can wear both! And then when your helmet is on, the goggles come down, and when the helmet is off, the goggles come up. It's actually super nice. Because those goggles, you really only need them for create mod stuff, but if you ever take them off, you're gonna wish you hadn't. Because the amount of information that you stop, like, actually learning from your different create mod things is a little wild. Okay. So we've got a base of location sort of set. Let's get a waypoint here just for my own sanity. Actually, what is this big... Is this... Oh shit, that's a pillager. Oh, okay. I mean, I do have... They're gonna go for the villagers, aren't they? Where are these dickheads at? Come here! Eat a dick. Goddamn monster hunter with... My first ever monster killed is a pillager, bro. There might be some spawners in here if this is a pillager place, which would be a little unfortunate, because I don't have a, I don't got myself a pickaxe yet. I do got a... whatever the fuck that is. Whoops. Forgetting all my damn keybinds. What is this? That has to be just a generation. What the fuck? Okay. Now I understand why the pillagers were trying to take over the village over here. They fucking built their house on a goddamn over sand reservoir. Or sand over water. What the fuck? My brain can't even think of what to call that. Sand over water reservoir? I don't think that's the right phrase. Okay. Well, if that's not a functional house for a bed, where the fuck was the one that they used? It was this one, right? Yes. And then upstairs. No. I'll take your food, though. Shit. Too much food. Blame. Where is the elevator? My brain's fucking stuck on elevator and escalator now. I need the ladder. Am I crazy? I've completely lost where my base was. Is it? Nope, this is different. Still take your shit though, thank you. So take some torches. Those I would not decline. Well, it's definitely not here, but it can be now. Jesus. Okay, shift N, set myself a new waypoint. Temp home base. Oh. Now I can find my way back nice and easy. My sense of shitty direction will never fail me when I've got waypoints. It's kind of hard to miss that shit. So now, we can go doing a little bit of proper exploration. Give me my music back, game, you son of a bitch. Let's run our way over this way and just see what we stumble across. I see something over here. Is that a... Well, this is a pillager place, right? Well, I needed some of these. Don't mind me. A vein miner. Oh shit, there is dudes. Get rid of the pressure plate. I don't need that. Get fucked, buddy. Not today. Shields are a fucking absolute must have against these douches. Come on. There we go. Deal with those problems. See what they were hiding from us. Ooh. Okay, backpack time. I'm gonna be real with you. I am not using crossbows. Those are not my vibe. I don't want your arrows. Get that shit out of here. We'll keep this book because I don't know that mod quite yet. We'll just dump a bunch of that in there and move whatever's matching. Sweet. I'll take all of that. And then I'm definitely going to take these as well. So if I do that, and then I do... I don't have any wood. I can't believe I've gone this long without even chopping any wood down. Hey there, swine. Good to see ya. Hope you're having a good one. Get ourselves some acacia. Jungle. Ooh. Jungle does look good. I will definitely take some jungle. Well. There we go. Gotta love Vein Miner, man. It's small, but it's time saving. I don't have to sit here and spend like time pillaring up and catching each of these little blocks so we don't leave floating stuff. It's kind of a must-have in my eyes for pretty much any mod pack. Okay. First village is there. That's where we were just at. This place looks sick. I'm not gonna lie. I think we might look into possibly basing over here. Ooh, ow. Oh. My health. Very low. Don't eat the beetroots. Got like whole ass burgers. There we go. I'm not gonna lie, this looks sick. Ooh, oh wait, that's just one of the that's one of the stacks. I'm such an idiot. I thought it was like a Omega cave with like a fucking like 10-foot or 10-story tall like entrance to the cave. Ooh. The hell? Is that jungle? I gotta see. Whoa. Hello? Something tells me it's not going to be a good idea for me to go in there. Something also tells me I'm going to do it anyways. Labyrinth of the Serpent? I don't know if I like that. May the fates be on your side. Carnix? Blocks of lapis? Oh, that's probably not a good thing. Ooh, what the fuck is that? Whoa! Holy fucking spawn. A cave spider. Oh, they got a witch! Holy shit. Take the witch down. Don't play none of those games with her. You're in lava now. Oh, my sword broke. My sword broke. Oh, my sword broke. That's not good. Oh, I don't have an axe. My sword broke. She's gonna heal. I'm out. Shift N. Crazy Serpent Temple. Come back later. We'll be back there. I don't know what that was all about. That shit was... I was not ready for that. I was not ready for that at all. Oh, what the... Dude, there is so many Worldgen areas around here. Yeah. Luckily, with our speed, we can outrun most dickheads. Pineapple berry. I was wondering what that was. Most enemies with these running boots, with a good amount of speed behind you, you can actually not worry too heavily about the night. This is so cool looking. What the hell? See, despite the amount of time... Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Despite the amount of time that I've put into this pack, there is a lot that I have never seen. What is this? Just... It's some, like, fisherman's loot. Okay.
Listen.
I'll take the wool. Definitely useful. I really need the saplings. Leather pants, I think I'm Gucci. Grab all of those. Ooh, leather boots, too. Or gloves, not boots. They're for your hand feet. There we go. Ooh. If this was the Lush stacks, I almost would want a base there because that shit is beautiful. And the Lush stacks is almost equally as beautiful. But that dripstone one, I'm not as huge a fan of, I gotta say. Oh, from the neck. There we go, Jesus. Sprinter dried salt. God damn, apparently the Dead Sea used to fucking... Dead log. They are dead trees! Holy shit. I took one look at it and I was like, that shit just looks dead. Wait, is this green? Is this the green log that I really like? No, it's not. Okay. Also, sometimes when you break blocks and stuff, it's a little laggy on updating. But there is a really pretty green willow wood type that I really want to get and kind of set up a base with or something along those lines. Find a nice little... If I just like pop in here. Really don't want your fucking crossbows. I don't think you... Oh shit! Snatch and run! Oh god. Okay. This is also really pretty. We're just kind of doing an exploration moment here where we're trying to find at least where I 100% want to base at. That looks sick. Hold on. I've gotta at least go see what the hell is going on with this fucking, like, house on the cliffside here. If there's a bunch of enemies, I'm probably dipping. But I want to... Wait, if I put both of these on, can I climb 2 block tall? No. Damn it. That would have been too good. There we go. Just gotta find little bits and pieces where I can Skyrim climb my way up here. Instead of, you know, using any of the blocks in my inventory. Ooh, it is green still, actually. Hold on. Let me pop these here. Ooh, okay. That's those ones. Can I, like, shift N from here? Oh, did I not save that? Bam. Nope, it put it at my feet. Damn it. Blammo. Remove. Okay. Let me take these damn things off before I lose my balance up somewhere high. What the hell is this place? Oh! Abandoned temple. Okay, that is a non-friendly locale, I understand. I will be going then. Who's this one? You got a name? I don't like this. We'll take your iron though, I do like that. It is quite tasty. I know I'm getting baited here. I know 100% I'm walking into my own doom. Nothing there.
Hey, listen!
Fucking hey listen scared me. Your question is, who the fuck is Tung 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 Sahur? Italian brain rot. That's who. I don't like that. That's a little fucked. I'm not playing that game without a pickaxe. No thank you. Let me just make one of those real quick. Blam, blam, blam. Make myself a nice little wooden pick. Put that on 2. Steal some of this cobblestone. I don't need much of it because I've got iron. I'm going to make an iron pick and an iron sword. Oh, shit. Boom, boom. Get some more of those. Iron pick right here. And 2... no, 2. Iron sword. There. Also, one of the known, you may have noticed, I'm just crafting with like an empty output here. It's one of the known problems with the mod pack. I don't know why, but for some reason these pieces here just don't show up. Also, let me get us some... yeah, some outside vibes. There we go. It does craft it though. Like, it's not just ignoring the fact that I'm trying to craft it. It is crafting what's there. Oh, I see. Oh, it took me a minute. I did a little exploration, a little vandalism, and then I figured it out. Getting a little too steppy here. Keep moving slowly. Come on. These sprints are gonna get me cucked eventually. Should really be doing this, if I'm being smart about it. Here. Oh, the frames. Here. Hell yeah. I don't know what that did, but hell yeah. Oh, hell no. Aw, hell no. Okay, there's light down here, which is a plus. Glowberry is my glorious. Cut the fucking chill vibe. There is no fucking way. These are create contraptions. Those are mechanical create saw blades on contraptions. Ow. Oh, and they hurt a lot. Oh, they hurt a lot. Oh, they hurt a lot. Dude, this is one of my favorite things that I've always wanted to try and do with the create mod, was make like traps. This shit is sick. Hold on. I've got this. Wait for it. Here. 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 Ow! Oh, dude. I'm wearing full leather armor. That shit hurts. Oh, I'm running for it. Okay. Anything in you? No. Oh, you sneaky. Not falling for that one. What the fuck is this? Oh, what the hell? Does that even do anything? Huh? What if I turn them all on? These are bamboo spikes. Sake. Okay. Oh! I think I see what it did. Right? I feel like I'm hearing pistons. Yes! Okay. Looks like I'm missing the third one now. Is it like that? I can't tell. Shit. Ooh. Okay, there's a third one. Ooh. A. Oof. A. Up against the wall. A. Hell yeah. Dude, this is fucking sick. I don't know if this is one of the young structures, YUNG. But, it's one of the people who I added, like, every single structure mod from, I think, into the pack. This is so cool. Where the hell are we going now? Oh, fuck! Was that a fake TNT? What? So how long have you been able to do that in Minecraft? You put a creeper head on top of a note block to get the creep... Dude. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. We're fucking gaming out here. Hold on, let me find another this one. I'm gonna keep checking these dispensers. I don't need 2 shields. I don't really need Azalea. Keep my inventory somewhat managed for the time being. Ooh. We got a new... Hold up. I'm sorry, Too Mellow. You gotta chill for a moment. We got a new desk. Poisoned bamboo spike. Source gems. Ooh. These are needed for the Ars Nouveau mod. I don't know if we're gonna get into that too much today. Chest with a brush? What is this gonna do? I'm actually gonna ditch the name tags Wait, you can brush gravel? Is that what you do with it? Oh? What the hell? I've never done this before. Fucking emerald. Oh, hello. So these are the Goblin traders. They're kinda rare, they're hard to keep around, but they give some really good deals. Like cobblestone for emeralds, 1 raw iron for 2 cooked iron ingots, no smelting needed, bucket of pufferfish for 8 emeralds. Like, they give, like, diamond shovel, unbreaking 3, diamond shovel with unbreaking 4. They give you some cool shit. So there's a lot of really good stuff you can get from those guys. Oh. Don't mind if I do collect up some free emeralds. I have no idea what this brush is even from. I guess I can look. Minecraft. So it has to be the archaeology brush then, would be my guess. Okay, looks like we've got all our freebies. I think this might be our exit here. It looks kind of like the end of the temple. Got our, like, idol holding the emerald in the glow item frame. And a cauldron. Hold up, let me kick on our other song now that we've got a couple of them. I was a little suspicious there. I wasn't about to let my greed get the better of me. Although I kinda think it might need some emerald in there to do something. Open up the trash can. Where is this going? Now I'm curious. Oh, that was a filter. What was this activating? Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Bitch. Oh, I knew it. Okay. It was supposed to open doors over here. I don't know why it didn't work. Do a little breathing, get myself from being so insane. Get out of here. Oh, I was supposed to put more emeralds in. I think that's what I was supposed to do. I thought that was like the idol with the loot at the end. I was supposed to throw more emeralds in for a sacrifice. I understand. Oh, that's not a good sound. I'm just not gonna move. Stand very, very still. Very, very carefully. Gold. Cabbage seeds. Okay, I don't know what that was, but whatever it was, I managed to luck out and just like be in the perfect dead zone for. Do a bit more breathing, keep myself nice and... Okay, I can collect these. I was pretty sure I could, but I wasn't 100%. Don't really need the glass bottle. Can I... Oh, right. Put the valuables away. It's everything in this room, but the other room was something else. Because it's not connected. Okay, bro. Get this bullshit out of my face. Fucking silverfish bastards. I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you. What the fuck? It made me go insane. They done made me go crazy. Well, I need some more cooked salmon. That'll be a good one. It's fucking silver. Molly! Holy shit, Molly nearly killed me. Molly fucking hurt, bro. Don't fuck with the goblin traders, they fuck back. Me through the wall. Let me out. Let me out. Fucking silverfish bitches. Go away. Shit, it's the same room. Well then, I suppose the only way out is the way we came in. So back along this bad boy we go. Coming out laden with treasure. I love how they gave me a fucking respawn point here and I just didn't use it. Dude, that's so... I'm taking this. I can get more item frames later. I can't see a damn thing. I'm blind. It's such a sneaky little trick. I'm actually taking it. Back along the parkour. Yep. Ooh. Not quite as speedy as before. I should take my breaths. Calm down. Okay, I'm speedy again. Hell yeah. Is that actual explosives? Ow, these fucking saw blades. Wait, is that another psych out explosive? It fucking is. Dude, this guy played us this whole goddamn time. God, imagine you hit that one and then you realize there's no explosion and you're like, oh, okay. And then you go to the next one. Like, is this gonna be a fake out explosive? Oh no, that's just deadly. Holy shit, that's poisonous arrows too. Well, goddamn. Cleared the crypt. Up there is still not a friendly place. Okay, let's go back to the temp home base with all that we've collected so far. I thought that was a fucking diamond for a minute. I went, what? Whoa! Fucking hell, dude. Just got here. These sons of bitches, man. Okay, let's get over to our temp home. We've collected some loots, we've seen some interesting areas. I kind of want to clear out that snake temple and live there. I'm not gonna lie, that seems like such a cool place to like base myself at. I think we might have to do it, but that does require us clearing that place out. Oh hey, look, there's one of those boss monsters. Explosive projectile deflecting angered Hades the Hateful. Let's not fuck with him. I don't think we'll win that fight. Maybe when we've got some more gear, but definitely not right now. Still that place. See, and like the beauty of the create mod is that you can connect so many different locations together. So there's like too many of these. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there's just too many of these damn poppies. You can have a good number of them around. I'm not gonna break them all in the city, but that is so... Ow, ow, okay. The fucking roses are fighting back.
Listen.
Okay. Some of the guards are getting their shit rocked. We got husks. Nice. Okay, the guards are getting in the mix too. Let's deal with some of these dickheads and get some bones as well, because that'll be useful for more dyes. Especially white dye, because being able to get white dye on my palette so that I can undo a paint that I don't want, that shit's pretty useful. Where is my vape line? McCreashy. Right here. Oh. Hello there, Naomi and fam. Thank you for the subscription. Welcome into the Nix family. Did you know that if you eat hamburger, there'd be less hamburger, because when you eat hamburger, there no more because you eat it? Wait, really? Hold on, let me... Oh, you're right. I already ate my hamburger. I can try it with this slice of chorus fruit cream cake, though. Hold on. It's made with sweet berry on top, too. It's my favorite. Oh shit, it is gone. Dude's onto something. Also, you may notice... What a unique flavor. You've gained 2 hearts. Yes. You gain maximum health in this mod pack for eating different types of foods. It is actually one of the coolest ways to mitigate the, like, some of the downsides of those classes who, or the origins who don't have as much of a actual base health to work with. So it's very, very nice. We need some chests, because as nice as our good old backpack is, it is not going to be enough very rapidly. Which eventually we'll get around to getting ourselves a proper... Oh, Jesus. A proper little setup for all of our stuff in a more efficient way. But for the time being, I think we're just gonna have to pop these bad... You son of a bitch. Just gonna have to pop these bad boys down right there. That way we can sort everything out. Don't need these silverfish eggs. I don't need all this random bull crap. I do want it, like, with me, but on some of these, but I don't want it just sitting in my damn inventory. Blam, 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 blam. Toss all of that away. I'll keep my wood just because that shit's useful. Get all of our backpack contents out and tossed away where it needs to go. Although we should add the white dye while we're at it, just so that I don't forget. Bone meal. White dye. Palette. White dye. Bam. New paint unlocked. Toss you in there, all of these bad boys. I'll keep the bread. You can never have too much bread. I've got my hash browns as well, in case I get a little hungry. Put all of that in there. Let's get some more tunes. Give me the wild hunt again. Right, palette. And everything else should be Gucci. Should probably make myself some actual, like, other tools other than a sword and a pickaxe. That might be useful. Me casually vibing, fucking toolless. Give me an axe. I don't really need a shovel until I get to that point. Or a hoe. So I think I'll be good at least with that. Ooh, bucket. That is the world's worst bucket I've ever made. Blammo. Toss that in there. Okay. Actually, it is the middle of the night, which means that this would be as good a time as any for me to go ahead and do our halfway through the stream bio break. So, if anyone needs to grab a snack, a drink, anything along those lines that they might want to do, you've got yourselves an opportunity to do so. You won't be missing pretty much anything. I'll just be sitting here with some tunes set up to play, not the ones in my backpack. Don't worry. Hold on. Blam, blam. I'm going to do this and stop it, and then go like that. That way the time can pass while I'm running to the bathroom and grabbing a snack. But I've got some tunes right here. One quick moment. There we go. Blam, blam, blam. A little bit of Van Damme. A little bit of Shalam. Alright. I'll be right back. Should only take me just a few minutes here. Anyone who needs to grab a snack, drink, or anything like that, you won't be missing anything. Just gotta make sure I keep my voice refreshed because it's getting a little rough. myself another pack of blood. Okay. God, this Sims music is so fucking good, man. Thank you for the welcome back. Okay, let me just get us back over here. Oh, whoops. Hold on. There we are. It's like, might help if I unmute it. Alright. So we've got ourselves a base of operations, officially now. At least, temporary base of operations, and an eye on a future location. Did I loot these ones over here yet? I don't know if I did. I think these might have been the first ones I was looting. Yeah, that fucking non-functional thing there, I kinda remember that. I bet you one of these was the one that I went into and had my base in that I took the fucking... It's probably here, right? Oh no, this is new. I'll take your bread. I'm the motherfucking manager at the bread store. Bread. We're here. Okay, so that's just their bread making place. Gotta get that bread, I don't blame them. Okay. It's not exactly optimal that we're living in a desert, because sand is notoriously difficult to work with and around. It's like building your fucking base on gravel. I think those pillagers earlier learned that lesson the hard way. Let's see here. Actually... we're gonna get one more quest out of the way. Oh, I'm getting jumped! Whoa. Too agile for you, buddy. Too agile for you. Jesus Christ, I keep forgetting that pillagers come from over there. Cobblemon, in my create pack, this Cobble Healer will heal your Cobblemon and restore their restore their PP for their moves. Feel free to either place it somewhere permanent or carry it with you for heals on the go. And in order to do this, you know, I really shouldn't have. This is why we do this. It is not easy to tell what the hell I need to do here. This just unlocks when you pick your starter. So I guess there's a solid chance that also I gotta fix this keybind. Key M. You go away. There we go. This should auto-complete that quest when we've picked our starter. So hopefully, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. I don't know what starter I want to go with here. I'm not gonna lie. I have not played many of the Pokemon. Like, not any of them except for... I think Pokemon Moon was the only one that I've actually played the whole game of. So... I don't know, this one looks cool, I'm gonna take it. I discovered a how do I say that? Sprigatito. Oh my god, it's like Spanish. Okay. I was just gonna pick it kind of randomly, but when I was scrolling, I saw that cat one, and I was like, that one looks cute, so I'm gonna go with it. That's kind of cool. And then, depending on your keybinds, you can throw your mons out into the world. That was such an adorable meow. Oh, it's not gonna let me pick it up. I really tried. But if we hit the same button again, we actually get to our sort of summary screen, where we've got its name, all of its moves, its stats, what nature and stuff it has. Powers up grass type moves when the HP is low. That's kind of cool. But now if I go back into our quest book, so we get ourselves one Master Ball, one of these bad boys, to use wisely, or, you know, not wisely, your choice. A healing machine, and 10 Pokeballs of your choice that are just the base tier ones. I'm gonna be real. I would have gone for the green ones, except for the fact that Premier Balls are just prettier. Like, you will never catch me not wanting Premier Balls whenever I'm making Pokeballs, and I'm, like, just making the base tier ones. That is a, like, guarantee no matter what, those are the ones I'm going for. It is good to get our Poke Healer at the ready, and part of why I wanted to get this bad boy out here is if I head over for the cat. Oh, that is a bunny. But if I head over to this area where all of these damn pillagers have been camping out at. Oh fuck, speak of the devil. Oh, hold on. Oh, there's so many of them. Wrong button. Why? Punch him? Do they have to hit me first? Oh, there you go. Sprigatito drew aggro, and they're actually gonna move in. They're gonna start fighting. So your Cobblemon can actually help you deal with mobs, and they will do more damage the higher level they are, if I'm not mistaken, which is kind of funny. Good shit, Sprigatito. Random question, you said you've been on a plane before, right? What was that like? Like IRL? Yeah, I've been on a plane a good few times. It's intimidating because it is, like, powerful, especially at, like, takeoff, but unless you let your, like, brain get the worst of you and, like, whatnot, it's usually not a problem. Like, in my experience, even though planes, like, if something does go bad, there's, like, a higher chance of it being, like, something catastrophic, you gotta always remember that in a lot of those situations, that's because, like, it takes an extraordinary circumstance to cause the whole, like, scenario to... Oh god, dude. Okay. There's a spawner in here. Where is it? Where's the fucking spawner, dude? I ain't playing this game. Fucking meow. Actually, you know what? There we go. We're about to catch ourselves a Meowth is what we're gonna do. Let's go bite. Do your ears hurt? Does it make your stomach hurt / make you feel sick? Altitude sickness isn't something that I'm affected by, but it is something that some people are affected by. And in a lot of cases, there is, like, medicines you can get over the, like, counter, in order to actually get a hold of more of those, or to, like, get a hold of the side effects, or, like, whatnot. You don't want to, be sort of, like, throwing yourself under the bus and being like, I'll deal with it, sort of thing. You want to actually do whatever you can if they are things that affect you. For me, my ears don't hurt much. It can if your ears are, like, clogged and nice. Having trouble popping. But, if they're not, like, if you're, like, chewing gum and stuff like that, it can help. There's a lot of, like, known ways to mitigate a lot of the, easiness of flight and stuff like that. It's not something that I, like, really worry about. It's something that I tend to enjoy more than anything. I just always say make sure to have, like, something that you can use to entertain yourself for the whole flight. Because easily bored like me, you're gonna get really tired of just sitting there and, like, staring out a window for X amount of hours. Okay, and I believe catching our first Pokemon here, actually, it did complete another quest for us. The first thing you'll want to do once you've gotten your starter and some new Pokeballs is to catch yourself a brand new party member. Always remember, it's not animal abuse if you put them in the healing station afterwards. Oh shit, you're right. Hold on, I should do that. Yeet. Oh shit. I forgot these have to charge over time after you place them.
Hey, listen.
In that case, let me run this bad boy over to my base. Excuse me. I think we'll, like, pop that out. Put our healer there. Need a good chunk more charge, so I just leave it there over time and it should charge up to be able to heal me. You're going on one for the first time by yourself, so you're trying to see what's up. Oh, I see. Didn't grab window seat because you're afraid it might trigger fear of heights too. Not sure if that would be... I don't know. For me, like, I was always a little afraid of heights growing up, but it was never something that bothered me on planes as much. It probably did the first time, but... What the fuck? Is that a... That's a Pokemon? That's just a dog, dude. They're putting fucking canines in Pokeballs now. But there's, like, it's one of those things where, in my eyes, I feel like there's a lot more that people get anxious about than there really is to worry about. It is, like, uncomfy is, like, the worst that I would really... I mean, obviously, there's, like, real bad... What the fuck? Sunfire Tomato. I thought I ran over lava for a minute. I was like, what the fuck is happening to me? But, yeah, I feel like it's one of those things where, like, at least in my experiences, the worst that, like, really happens in most cases is, like, slight uncomfortableness. Your back hurts at the end of the flight, or you're bored for part of a flight. It's never the kind of thing that really worries me. Now, I do really like this area. I think we might build part of our base over here. We've done a good bit of looting, we've done some searching around, we've found some bits and pieces, and we've stored away all of the crap that we've scavenged. So I think we need to get a bit down to business. And this area seems like a good one. Uncomfy, like being in a hot car for like a long car ride. Even though a plane will almost never be hot, you literally have air jets that you can like twist open above your seat, where kind of like near where the like call button is for calling the stewardess and whatnot, and you just twist it open and you get yourself your own little personal like fresh sort of blast of air. It's just like a little cramped if you're on the taller side. Granted, I kind of am on the taller side, so that's my experience, but other than that, most of the annoyance is getting through the airport itself, which is just like the long security line, etc., etc. Trying to think, if I'm gonna build out of here, I think I'm probably gonna end up like carving an entrance in here, because that looks like a really grand like entryway. And then we could even have like some create lines bringing supplies from other places along here.
Hey, listen.
I kind of like this. So if that's the case, we're gonna kind of preserve a little bit over here. I guess we could do a little bit of just carving in, see what awaits us with the... by the way that I'm doing this and switching between the different vein miners is if you hold the vein miner button and shift, and then you scroll. And it's very useful for getting specific things like this done a little easier, where you can cut out specific chunks. Blam. What do we got here? Got 7 torches. Give a little look-see at what we're dealing with. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. This is, like, actually a really good base location with these, like, connecting areas. Because, like, down here connects naturally to up there. Which means that if we had, like, any farms down here, and we're producing anything, and we needed to send any of it up onto that chain system, like I was saying, to, like, maybe be processed, I don't know, over there, then we would actually already have... Okay. I am liking this. I'm liking this a lot, which means that we kind of want at least one entryway here. We want to preserve this. So we'll cut this way. Rake our way a nice little location. I kind of need some ores. So I think if we're gonna go for things, I need andesite as well. Ooh, speak of the devil. A yoinkage. A yoinkage. I've noticed in this, like, pack, the andesite and the cobblestone, if I put them next to each other, cobblestone with a little bit of butter mixed in. That's all it looks like to me. Because it was, like, so hard for me to tell them apart in this until I figured that out. See? A little bit of butter. Adds that little yellow tint. Okay. Let's... Yeah, we're gonna spend this night, I think, doing a little bit of widening of some locales. Beginning to carve in our first BOO. I almost said BOA, and then I was like, that's not the right word. Our boo. Do a little expansion like that. Fuck. I don't know why I didn't see that coming. I'm gonna be real with you. But we can also just make wood ones. Bitch. Blam. Or just stone, which would be way better than wood. Anyways. No, you're good. I completely get where you're coming from. I mean, I guess I'm breaking it anyways. I was like, I don't know why I used andesite there. Lamb. Kuble. Okay, and then another trick you can do is this, this freaking, whatchamacallit, the vein miner. It actually, so I can do this one by one. This large tunnel one, it'll go a full 64 blocks. If you look, it'll show you the outline of where it's breaking. But because I just broke those 3 over here, it gives it an air gap, which means it only breaks to where I was at. There's a lot of little tricks I've learned with this vein miner that makes it a million times more, like, palatable to do certain things. Also, this is way too low. We need at least another, like, 3 blocks of ceiling room here. We're gonna absolutely regret it when we start installing machines. Which, again, the create mod is basically one of the primary packs that I'm going to be focused on for my playthrough. Well, oh no, I thought I went a little too far. But one of the things that I do always want to be clear about is that this pack is meant to appeal to, like, a large number of playstyles. So there's a pretty solid chance, in a lot of cases, that you could do a lot of this stuff that I'm doing easier or differently using some of the other mods in the pack, and that's completely fine. Do what you want to do. I don't mind one way or... Oh, I'm starving. I don't mind one way or the other. I'm gonna do it my way, then. I will still, like, it's cool to hear about, like, you guys doing things your way, or, like, tips for how I can do things differently or whatever. I'm not, like, turning that down. But the main spirit of this for me is to be using mostly and primarily the create mod, so expect that for the majority of our playthrough here. Guess that got a little... Oh, I see why. I think we'll just go into this one, actually. A little bit there. Like that. A little bit of that. Bring it up a little bit, create a nice little slope to another anchor point. This may all seem a little chaotic and like it doesn't make sense what I'm doing here, but it'll make much more sense once we get into it proper. I'm gonna make some more chests over here. And these are going to be for specifically storing some materials for over here, and eventually we're gonna end up transferring most of our stuff off of the place that it's at right now. Blam, get rid of all that cobble. I feel like I need to carve some of this away too here in case it comes this direction. That's andesite. There we go. Need to keep my andesite because that bad boy's useful. We've got a moment, so let's check the quests, because we did complete the first of the create quests by picking up the andesite. This stone is quite sturdy. If I mix in a bit of iron, it should hold its form well. So I just go to a crafting table. Iron, iron. Andesite, andesite. Andesite alloy. This is Create's most important resource. Pure and simple, it says it right there in the chat for a reason. This is used for almost everything. If you were like me, and you were an andesite hater, and like, you would run into that shit in Minecraft and you'd be like, who the fuck ever wants andesite? This looks gross, it's stupid, it just looks like TV static in like the base fucking texture pack. Like, it's dumb. Then I played the create mod, now I can't get enough of it, because I quite literally cannot get enough of it. Let's see. We got our first andesite alloy. It's the lifeblood of Crate itself, and we can begin our delve into rotational force and automation, on the small scale at least. Now we can make some shafts, which are our bread and butter when moving the force you generate. And we get ourselves a free stack of the alloy, cause, trust me, this ain't gonna last very long. But shafts are simple enough. Again, if you ever are confused, use that U button to see what they're made or into. Bam. Make ourselves a few of these. In fact, I'm probably gonna do like 5 of them. Give me a full stack. There we go. And that sets us down the chain another one. Another stack of shafts. Again, these are gonna fucking go by real quick. Now, we need to make some cogwheels. Again, one of the things from earlier. Ponder is a creator's best friend. I know a lot of these base ones, so I won't be doing it too much, but I can show you here. It says hold W to ponder. If I do so, it will visually show me with detailed notes how to use each different piece of basically anything connected to the Create mod. Gear shifting with cogs. Large and small cogs can be connected diagonally. Shifting from large to small makes the speed double, 16 to 32. Doing it the other way will have the speed, simple. 8 to 16, or 16 to 8. Then, you can encase cogwheels to cover them up, and you'll notice this little rotatey bit is no longer there. This is a very important thing to learn, because that right there makes getting your speed up very, very easy. These ponders are insanely useful whenever you need to understand anything with the Create mod. So, again, you can just go boom, click, so it's just a plank and a shaft. Easy. Pop over here. I'm even gonna do all 19 of these, because we're gonna need so many of these, I'm not even joking. Blam. And then, I believe the other one is just, well, we'll have to make some more planks, because I'm an idiot. But I believe it's 2 and a shaft. Big cogwheel. Alright, simple enough, so that's that quest taken care of. What do we got here? An extra 32 of each. Not quite a full stack, because you won't need that many to... Jesus, that kibid's so quick. Hold on, can we get something a little less intense? Jesus. Hold on. They're all too loud. Hold on, I got a better idea. There we are. Give us a little bit of a vibe in the background. Don't want it to be too much, though. Okay, I did not invite you, dickheads. Be gone. And stay out. Okay. So, after getting our cogs, the first thing we need is andesite casing. Andesite casing is the next part of the process, like it showed in the cog thing. You'll want it for both aesthetic and functionality, and you can make them... I fucked up my capitals there. You can make them by stripping the bark off a log with an axe, then right-clicking on it with the andesite alloy. So, if we go ahead and grab our log here... We're gonna need a bunch of these, so I'm literally doing all of these. Now, you can go through and do it one by one, or you can just be smart and use the shapeless vein miner, and that'll actually work. Right? And you can pick all of these back up. You don't want to do that though. You want them all on the ground still. Then you want your andesite alloy. And we've officially reached the andesite age. Now, as you can see, these are a connecting block type. So even if you're just using them aesthetically, you can make like pathways with them, which are nice. These are broken with an axe. Sweet. Get ourselves a few more, only 16 of them, because they're a bit more of a process to make. And then we've got a hand crank. And our first few basic processing materials. These are going to be a bit more difficult to make, so we're going to need some more materials. Because one of them needs a full block of iron. And, well, we don't have that right now. So we're going to have to go get some iron. Where do I want to set up my mine proper? I'm thinking... Keep the andesite. I'm thinking we're gonna start it in here. At least, like, a temporary one. We can always seal it up later if we don't want it. But we need iron. Which, this mining tunnel makes going down these bad boys a whole lot easier. We're at 50. Well, we found a place. Let me just do this. Just for my own sanity. And we're out of torches. I got cold out. Let me deal with you. Sticks from twigs. Torches from these. There we go. Let's get a little bit of light. This is really good, actually. Like, this is not far from where our base was. Like, at all. Hold on, like, if I go here, and I go day... Yeah, this is a massive, massive... I just got an iron ingot from that zombie. This is a massive area to have access to right underneath our location. Holy, it's massive. Okay. Mines of Moria, here we are, I guess. That's a lot of dudes. Well, you know what? Let's do a little bit of mob griefing protection. Let's just claim literally every chunk in this massive square around us. I don't know where this, like, underground area reaches to, but I'm gonna cover it all. That's a guarantee. Hold up. Here as well. Quickly. Blam. There. Now, if a creeper blows up in this area, it's not gonna break blocks, which is gonna be nice. I think it might be worth us turning off fire tick, just purely to, there's a fucking skelebitch still. It might be worth us turning off fire tick purely for, safety purposes, because lightning and shit like that likes to be a little rampant sometimes. And I don't think claiming chunks like this prevents against fire. I don't know why it doesn't, but apparently it doesn't. Also iron. So at some point we might end up doing a bit of a rule change for that purpose. But we will need copper, but we're not going to need it for a while. Like, we have to go to the blaze before we're able to actually use copper very much in the create mod. There's some things, actually there is some things, but I do already have like 20 ingots worth on me. I think I'll be okay in that regard. Another goblin. Goblin these nuts. Hey! Yeah, I've got plenty of copper now. Take that iron. Take some emeralds for some cobblestone. Don't mind if I do. Chirp, man. 5 dragon heads and a diamond pick for a fortune 5 unbreaking 5 diamond. These guys are wild, man. Oh wait, right. Come here. Doesn't count as kidnapping if it's a goblin. They only live to be like fucking like 7 years old anyways, if I'm remembering fucking D&D aging shit properly. I like went down a rabbit hole of learning what the like average lifespan of most of the D&D races was, because I found out half-orcs only live to be like 25 on average. I was like, damn bro, half-orcs get fucking cucked, and someone was like, wait until you're a goblin. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a real nice place. I just need to get this shit lit up as quickly as I can. Woo. Oh, I'm out of torches again. Well, we'll have to solve that because that's gonna be a recurring issue. Here we go. Oh hell yeah. I don't know how many wood to make more, but I can at least light up this area over here. Oh, to just put one in the exact same location because I'm smart. Holy fucking spiders, bro. Holy shit. Wait, can I get a skeleton? Oh, I'm about to die. I just saw my health. That could have been real bad. Hash browns. Bread. Apple. As soon as that gives me the chance to eat again. I want to try and get one of the skeletons to shoot one of the spiders and kill it. Because if a skeleton shoots and kills a spider, you get one of those ambience music discs. And I'm just kind of curious which one we would get. More than anything, if I'm being real. Come on, spiders. Skeleton's kind of kicking my ass. Oh! Is the spider turning? Hey, go kick his ass. Go kick his ass. One more shot from the skeleton ought to do it. I fucking... Oh, I didn't... I got it. There's a fucking... Why are there so many spiders here? There's gotta be like a spawner somewhere. This shit's getting a little out of hand. That's 2 ambience discs. Thank you very much, game. I'm gonna get out of here before my luck turns. Thought you were a fucking creeper, bro. Do I have what I need to make us see it? Oh, I bet you I do in my... Okay, you know what? We got 2 water droplets discs. Let's just dump all this in here for now. Pull that out of my inventory. You're coming with me, Mabel. Temp home base. I need to set a waypoint. That's smart. Let's go... home. We'll just call it home because we're probably going to end up living here and moving base over here pretty rapidly. We are going to have to build some more mobile solutions to some of our things that we want to do. It's not going to be something that we can just, like, kind of permanently stay in a little cave place, considering how much space we're going to need for create. But I bring Mabel here inside. Where was that wall? I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, wool and andesite alex. That's a tablecloth. Shit. A slab of wood. Okay. Bam. Come on. Bam. You don't see anything. Bam. Bam. 1 seat acquired. Come here, Mabel. Set you right there for a moment. Dum 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 dum. No. Come here. Home. Alright, Mabel, you're gonna stay with us. You're gonna be our new friend for as long as it allows you to remain spawned in the game. I've got a plan here for you, one way or the other. So let me just pop that down like right there. You stay there, nice and happy. Also, I haven't eaten rotten flesh yet. I gotta see how that tastes. Pretty gross. Eaten assisted. Okay. Cause, like, we really do not go down here very far. We do have iron. I think we've got enough iron, right? We do. We do have enough iron. Okay, let's do what the game wants me to do and make my first little few create things here. I need a press. Oh wait, I should get the stuff out of here. Kind of need these. Also, I kind of want to hear those water droplets. Hold on. Makes sense. Okay. There you are. So it is just a casing, shaft, and a block of iron. Easy enough. Grab that bad boy up. We do also, for our quest here, we need a depot. which is just a casing and alloy. Easy enough to do. Bam and bam. Grab one of those. Then we need a saw. A saw, however, takes iron sheets. And iron sheets you get by pressing an iron ingot. Simple enough. So we just need 3 iron sheets, and the way that you do this, the easiest, is we'll just put our temporary setup like right up against the wall here. Depot. Crouch, place the press. I'm going to... I was about to say I'm going to rotate it. I'm not going to be able to do that. I don't have the gold I need to make a wrench, so I don't have a wrench to rotate. Because one of the biggest tools and one of the quests that I need to have written in and implemented still is to make one of these. You need 3 gold sheets, a cogwheel, and a stick. So, we can at least get our saw that we want with 3 of these. However, this isn't spinning. Well, the cheapest and easiest way to do it is one of these. 3 planks and an alloy, and you get yourself a hand crank. It's not efficient per se, but it is a hand crank. Get a couple of those. Blam. Voila. We got this bad boy, and we can pop it on that side right there. And then when we turn it, we're able to press our ingots. It's gonna burn our hunger pretty damn fast in order to do so. But nonetheless, we've got our sheets. So now, we just need to make ourselves a saw. Now, another thing worth mentioning, if you're not the kind of person who likes remembering recipes, if you remember what it is, you can look it up in JEI, click on it, and you get this little plus button as long as you're in the right size crafting thing. It'll just build the recipe for you, which is really helpful when this fucking bug is going around where I can't see what I'm finishing and crafting. But that has finished this bad boy off. Now, if we grab up our hand crank here, you'll get to see one of the beautiful parts of the Create mod. While yes, I was able to vein miner trees down and whatnot, I can walk up, I can be like, shaboom. That is gonna burn a lot of durability. Oh god. Fuck, bro. That's gonna burn a lot of durability. It's also going to burn quite a bit of my hunger. More so even than the hand crank was with the saw. However, there's even more of a trick that you can do. And that is, if I find a few of these trees that are nearby each other, and we connect those by some chunks, and then drop in our saw. If you just click, it's gonna face it towards you, but if you shift click, it'll put it facing the tree. Pop on that, and cut away. Oh wait, right. Ooh, I almost forgot. One of the other parts is you gotta break the bottom ones. You have to break whatever... Well, it did it. That's what the create saw does. And let's just say it makes cutting trees quite a bit more effective. Like if I go... did we connect these ones? Right. And then we connect you to here. And that's on the ground level, I just noticed. I don't know if that'll count. Uh-oh. Is my tree just doing this? Or my axe just doing this? Hold on. Wait a minute, what? Why is it doing this? Huh? Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. I genuinely don't know why it's doing this. There must be some mod in here or something like that that I completely forgot about. This is why this is in alpha, baby. You learn sometimes that, oh god, my fucking durability on my axe though is getting nuked. You learn sometimes that things are redundant. But, got ourselves plenty of material now. It's good to see Mabel still hanging out. But now that we've done all of that and worn ourselves down, we've got ourselves some nice ice cream sandwiches to cool off. And that is kind of unfortunately where the quest line ends here. For now, it's still a work in progress. However, that just means it's time for me to start taking things off the rails. So, we need to find some iron. I'm gonna dump all of this wood in a chest though. Want you out here. Toss those, toss those. Sort that up. Don't really need... I will keep the potion on me. I don't need these in a backpack. That can all go in here. Andesite alloy I'm keeping because it has usage. Toss the create mod stuff away because I won't need it for a moment. And now we're set to go cave diving. Also, I just realized this one song has been looping this whole time. My apologies. Here we are. Shuffle on this playlist. Alright, we need some proper materials now. We're down here to play. Oh, 19 blocks of zinc is in... Oh, we need iron for that. I'm glad I noticed that. That could have been so bad. Speaking of iron, though. Got ourselves a couple of those. Copper... Lots of copper. I could turn on shaders. We'll see how chunky it gets with the shaders on. Because it makes finding ores quite a bit easier. As you can see. It's a baby zombie. Bring it. Douchebag. Iron. Shaders does, however, make it a little more difficult to see in the dark, which is kind of a threat. However, the ore visibility is definitely a big fucking plus. Some of it don't work quite right, but, you know, it tries. It's also partially because of the shader pack that I'm using, but... Iron, okay. That's not the right button. Why are there so many of these thick faces? Go away. You fucking go! Okay. 8 blocks of iron. Or 8 blocks of raw iron, whatever the fuck. We do want zinc, but we're gonna need iron before we get that, because zinc and copper is how we make brass. That is still, you know, a little ways ahead of us. We're not quite... I don't like that area. We're not quite in that position yet. I just see salt. It's just glow-like in at least. Dude, these guys are not playing around. Fucking throwing every mob in the book at me. I've only got a little bit so far, but it'll be enough to start making some of our first options. I do need gold, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, I need an iron pick to mine gold. I might be wrong on that, but... This is working, don't worry. This is tried and tested. I don't know why it works, but it works. You just gotta commit. I'm gonna put, like, a big mass of torches right here, just so that I'm out of torches. I was about to say just so that I know where my area is, but it's a little hard for me to do that now. We'll leave the shaders on for the time being. I think we need to go grab our loot. We're gonna go grab our ship from the other place and move it, now that we've got a locale. Where are those roller skates? Oh, fuck me, I left them in the chest up here, didn't I? The flower is giving off a little bit of red light. Is so fucking pretty. This has got to be one of my favorite shader packs, by the way. It's the Solus Shaders V2.6. It's like actually super nice on your like CPU, even though it's giving you colored lighting. Which, like, that's not anything to just fucking scoff at. Colored lighting is like an effort in a lot of scenarios. Okay, let's sort you up. Let's grab the most important stuff first. So, all of these. That's my wheat. My, oh shit. Oh, the roller skates, hello. Cauldron, if we don't really need the cauldron. Give me the bed. Hay bale. Shtick. Something's, like, humping a cactus out there. I don't know what's going on. There's nothing up there. Seeds, rice. Bone meal's useful. Food. Right click. Wait, which is that? Right click to equip? Yo! You're a witch, Jinx. My hat is sticking through the ceiling. I didn't know you could wear those. I know you can turn them into, like, stuff. What are they used for? Sticks, Infernal Tear, Hero Medallion, Sugar, Tome of Alkahestry. There's a lot of cool stuff. I didn't know you could do that, though. Wait, does it give me armor? No, it doesn't. Be nice if it did. Okay, and we'll just dump all of that in the pack. And then gunpowder, leather, maps we're really not gonna need. Rose quartz we will. I don't want to leave my palette and stuff. Bamboo is useful. Obsidian is useful. Apricorn seeds useful. Redstone useful. Cactus very useful. Fuck that. Fuck you. Fuck them. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. I've got gold sitting in... Time to make a rent. Okay. 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 Also, you're coming with me. Backpack. Rather have the healing machine than the damn bones. Where is my... There it is. Oh, I should put my roller skates on now. No. Holy fucking speed. Honey, I'm home. Good to see you, Mabel. Hope you're doing well. Alright, take those off. So we slipping and sliding. Let's dump some of our stuff in here. I'm gonna put the bed down. That way we've got ourselves a nice spawn point. Toss all of that in there. We'll just call it here for now. Okay. Sort all of that up. Empty out the backpack. Least of all the stuff that needs to be out of it. All of our foodstuffs. Okay, and then we need 3 gold plates. So let's pop that bad boy down. We got any coal in here? No, but we can make charcoal. Charcoal is very, very Gucci. Make like 5 of these. If I put you there, are you able to open? No. What about... Maybe we just line over here with them. Seems like a good locale. Drop 1 bit of coal there. It's shit. How many? 8 items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 8. 1, 8. I don't want to burn all of my logs, so I'm just gonna do 5 sets of 8 here, because it'll give me a good number of charcoal to work with. Blam. Hello there, Woobat. Do I get wool for killing you? Give me wool. I actually got light blue wool. Hell yeah. Is it gonna tell me where I can... It's telling me I can get it from the sheep. It's funny, it doesn't actually tell you what Cobblemon will drop. They're like, but I don't think we're gonna encourage that. Okay. Make a few of these. A few of these. Drop one of you there. Get us some more proper lighting in the area. Where's my hand crank? There you are. Make ourselves our gold sheets that we need here. Ignore all of the, like, mild horror music in the background. I put on 2Mellow's atmospheric horror music, because most of them aren't like this. I was trying to find something that was more, like... This one? What is this one? Hold on. What about this one? We're gonna do this one. It's got some more stuff in it, but I think it's all, like, instrumental. Or at least mostly. There we go. Okay. I need my cogs. I need you, and I need you. And I think that's it, right? Wrench. Wrench. Stick. God damn it. Stick. Also wanted to get the hay bales out. Oh yeah, and I should plant some bamboo. Just to get this growing, because we're gonna need a good chunk of it later. Bamboo is gonna be useful. It's gonna be very useful. There we are. Wrench. Grab that bad boy. Now, I can just shift right click any create mod component and put that bad boy right in my inventory. No more spending durability, none of that bullshit. And if I need to rotate it, I just look at a side and I twist it basically with right click. Doesn't want to do it with the press because the press doesn't like to be facing any way but down. But I can at least do this, and then I can put the handle there. Okay, it decided to say fuck you when I tried to demonstrate it, but I think you get the idea. So now that we've got that, if I pull up my list of quests that I want to get built in here. Next we need to create a water wheel. It's a very, very simple... Molly? No! It's a very, very simple way of getting some permanent accessible rotational force. So, we need planks and a shaft. Easy enough. Blam. We'll drop you in the middle. And surround it. We're gonna need a few more than that, I think. Then, a quick trick is that there is a large water wheel, which actually gives you more power, but it rotates slower. That's something we'll handle in a moment here, but that needs another same situation of planks, but instead of a shaft, you need to use the small water wheel. So, we're gonna make ourselves 4 of these. Oops. Or 2 of these. So we've got 2 small and 2 large. Actually, I'm gonna make 1 more large. Like so. Now, if we grab our bucket here, find some water. I was about to say, I'm realizing how difficult it's gonna be for me to find water in the middle of a savanna and fucking desert biome area, but I think we've found something. Oh, holy shit. Is this another village? Safe haven. Welcome to Dungeons and Taverns. Oh my god. I found a fucking tavern. I hear someone. Oh, there is a dude. Stone tools. Hello. Butcher. Okay, not bad. Oh. Shall I frame it? Sometimes the shaders does make things chug a little bit, but usually it'll smooth out. Lush stacks. Oh, hell yes. It's like actually one of my favorite biomes. Is that a fucking pyramid? What the fuck effect? Mining fatigue 3? Fucking Curse of Ra. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's just make a waypoint and come back here later. Huge fucking pyramid. We'll tackle this another time. I don't think we're in a good spot to be dealing with that. Let's get our water. This is such a good base location, dude. Dude, ooh, once we clear out that location of, like, enemies, too, we could probably do some cool factories in there. You know what, no. I tend to make a rule of, like, leaving some exposed ore in areas I want to feel natural. We're gonna leave that iron there. I'm realizing now I should have made 2 buckets so I could make an infinite source, but we'll take care of that right now. Skedaddle our way back over here to these azaleas. There we go. Okay. Now, the simplest and easiest water wheel setup is literally just to kind of dig it into a wall a little bit. Either a wall or a floor will work, but I tend to like the wall option just because it's a bit more pretty. I think we need to go back 2. Kind of like that. And then part of why I went with small and large water wheels, whoops. Here's another quick tip. In the options, in the controls, once you have your wrench, keybinds, rotation, open block rotation menu is going to be a godsend. The best part, right, when I do this when I do this bad boy, it doesn't even have to be a create mod item. Anything that has rotational value, you can spin that bad boy. I guess we start here then? Small, large, 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 small. So I like to make my batteries like this, and part of why I do this is aesthetic. The other part of why I do it this way is because I'm realizing now I've built this on the opposite side from my little setup here. Let me rotate this a little bit. I'm gonna put it into the wall behind my chests. That's what I'm gonna do. Small. Does the large go here? No. Okay, so I need to go back one more. That's fine. Small, large. We're going one more back because I kind of like the water flowing in the side that you're actually able to save. Shit. Let's make ourselves a fresh pick. Or two. There we go. Okay. Small, large, large, small. Now, part of why I pretty much always end up putting small water wheels on the end of large water wheels, I think I can show it here. But if I put water down here... actually, I think I removed these, right? Oh no, that is the right speed. Okay. So you'll notice that these water wheels are moving at a decent speed, you know? And that's not where the water is going to be at permanently. But if you keep that little rotation speed in mind, we pick this up. What the fuck just happened? Oh, god damn it. Water flowed the other way. I see. Okay, so we need to block there. It always is a bit of a process of me remembering what exactly makes this setup work the best, but it's flowing it over the like front side and then down into a hole. That way. Yeah, okay. But if I need to clog up the back too, I always forget that, and then it causes issues. I have to clog the back of the small one specifically. Kind of like so. And then I'll just drop down a little torch. But, as I was saying, if I drop in water here... Oh, for fuck's sake, you bitch. Here? Why does it want to flow out, you dickhead? I swear I had a method for this. Is it here? Maybe that's what the trick is. I think I need there to be like a block like that. I feel like I remember it being like that. And then if you put the water here... Okay. So that's functional. We just can't ever remove that stone until the water is gone. Giving ourselves a little bit of a ledge there. But, as I was saying, you can see this is moving at a decent pace. But if I take this back, let this come to a nice little halt, Then I send it over here. That's moving faster. So a row of water wheels and like a system of things creating energy like this will always move at the fastest speed in the system. So we'll just fill that in, just for good measure. That's turning. But now it's turning faster. Which doesn't make more power, it just makes my job a little easier on this next step. Where we get all of those connected. And then we're gonna carve into this back wall here. About 2. Get a nice little overcut here to the end of our water wheel chain. And now we need to make, actually, a little channel here. Where is... need this spot right there. Although, actually, we're gonna have a mixer next to this. Maybe we rotate. And then we can work with the mixer next to it. So we'll just pull power out like here. Oh shit. Okay. The blood moon rises. Distant sounds of the undead can be heard. Let me turn off my shaders. Because this has its own visual effect that applies a bit across the land. Where everything's cast in a bit of a eerie red light. It's gonna be a lot of enemies. Hopefully we don't get too many in our base. We might get a lot of them spawning down in the caves and working their way up here if we're not lucky. But, yeah. Let's get those shaders back on. Just give it a moment to, you know, process all of the lighting. Shaders just look so pretty. If I can keep them on, I try to, but at a certain point with create contraptions, you need to turn them off. Just because the amount of, like, stuff that it's trying to render lighting processing across and everything like that is a little wild. Oh shit. I still have a water wheel. Hold up. Gotta break that out. Wait. We also need this plugged, otherwise it's gonna go poorly for us. Large wheel. Cut you out. And cut you out. And then, over here, we can cut these open. Place in a large, or the small water wheel. Kind of seal that top bit there, as before. And add in the water. Okay, so now we've got 256 being generated by each of these small ones, and 512 from each of these big ones, which means we're working with quite a bit of power. We've got we've almost got 2,000 power to work with, which is a good amount of energy. We will need more for future stuff, but for now we've actually got ourselves in a good position. We do need casings for this next part, as the next thing in our quest list is to make your first gear ratio to get max speed from your water wheels and encase it to be compact. So, if we take our speed out of here, we can do so by cutting my way over here a little bit. We're gonna need probably about this much room, maybe a little bit more, just to walk through the area. But just like it was showing us earlier, going from a this damn note block out of here. Going from a large cog, that's a small cog, jinx. Going from a large cog into a small cog. That small cog is faster than that one. Now, what you would do from here is you'd go, well, large cog off of that one, and now this one's spinning faster than that one. And a small cog. Uh-oh. This is spinning too fast, and this is not fast enough. So, just like it showed in the in the ponder for the casing here. That's not it. Where the hell is it? Oh wait, no, it was in the ponder for the cogwheels. Hello? Oh, I'm staring at the thing in the world, so it doesn't let me do it. Where was it? Right here. Boom. That gets rid of that connector piece. Which means you can keep it going. So then I just go boom. Put a big one there. And a small one there. And now we've got some speed. This is much more manageable. And then we can bring it... The inefficient way to bring power over and up is using more of these small cogwheels. So you can see I can do that and then kind of like carry it over like this. But our next quest is actually going to solve this a little bit further, which is to create gearboxes. Gearboxes are made with a andesite casing in the middle and one cogwheel on each of the four sides. Small cogs specifically. And this bad boy, it has an output on four sides. And if you need it to change, you can rotate it to face it out different directions. Unfortunately now it's not connected, but I think you get the idea. Which means that we go up. And we'll need a few more of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Remember what I said about these cogwheels not lasting us very long? We're running pretty, like, light on some of them now. And we're just barely hooking up our first system. We want it to be... there. And then here. Shit. There. And then we're gonna bring you out this direction. Right about here is where I want you to pop in. So then we just go bop, bop. Put another gearbox in right there. Now something worth noting on the gearboxes, you may see this one's going counterclockwise when you're looking at it. This one, if I add some shafts on the end, this one's going clockwise. So when the direction does matter, you kind of have to be careful about using the gearboxes. But, for example, if this was the wrong, like, direction, I could go boom, and throw in an extra gearbox, and now it's the right direction. But direction doesn't matter for what we're doing here. So we need to run that out here. Pop a gearbox. Run that into our press, and our press is using 512 at this speed. Which means our press is basically using the amount that one of these is, and the speed that it's working at is a little bit better. However, you may notice when you look at some of these, like the mixer, which is the next one, the amount of energy it uses is dependent on the speed that it's got going into it. So if I sped this up a few more times, this would use most of our system. But at this speed, it's much more manageable. And I can even put multiple things here, like, I put like 5 down. And that shit'll just go. That's all it takes. Now we've got a system set up, we've got that active, got ourselves a nice little base locale here. We are a little bit beyond the 4-hour mark of tonight's broadcast, which means I think this will be as good a place as any for us to go ahead and call it for the evening. Although, trust me, if you guys enjoyed this pack and want to see me play more of it, because we're going to make our way slowly but surely into automating quite literally everything, because if I look in here and I go burger, and we look at some of these recipes, you're actually supposed to use the create mod for a lot of these. Like, you start this whole process with a bun that you make with salt dough, and then you take the bun and you take it to the deployer and you go, okay, I'm gonna put on like a patty. You can sequentially craft this stuff, and you can make a factory that will just pump them out infinitely for you. The limits really are boundless with create, and I've tried to include packs and like other mods that kind of fit in with it and allow you to do other shenanigans alongside. What I will say is, I might do some small off-stream stuff, just, you know, basic boring stuff, widening areas out, getting some visibility done and whatnot, but I also am thinking we might end up doing this more than once a week if you guys really like it. That being said though, thank you lackeys all for coming out to tonight's broadcast. Let me take that off. I hope you all enjoyed, and I hope you all have a bloody great night as always. Just, you know, maybe don't let Electo bite. Bye, love y'all. Mwah. Bye.